Too many decisions made far from the soil. Too many budgets cut without understanding the struggle. But those who walk the fields know the truth. Agriculture is not. We stand on the work of those before us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Annual Review and Planning Meeting 2026 of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Marine Resources. We are asking persons in the back if they can come a little closer. Thank you so much. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem by Nicholas Petty.
O land of beauty, our country where peace abounds, thy children stand free on the strength of will and love. With God in all our struggles, Saints Kitts and Nevis be a nation bound together with a common destiny. At stalwart we stand for justice and liberty with wisdom and truth. We will serve and honor thee. Nor sword, nor spear can conquer, for God will sure defend. His blessing shall forever to posterity extend. Thank you.
Please remain standing for the invocation by Pastor Troy Watson.
Good morning, all. Good morning. Let us go to God in prayer. Let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for this day that you have made and created. We ask you at this time to bless this gathering of kindred minds committed to the study, the art, and the science of agriculture for the sustainability of our federation. We thank you for the various persons and the myriad of interests in the business that is set before us. Gracious God, grant unto us the will to be apolitical and to avoid nepotism, cronyism, xenophobia, and the gutter of partisan politics this day, so that we may put the needs and the interest of our people and the country above self. We pray for the ancillary staff, drivers, small farmers, investors, local, regional, and international investors, stakeholders, extension officers, directors, the minister, permanent secretary, and all those who are involved in some way or sort in this review. Bless, O God, our deliberations and negotiation for the improvement of the lives and the livelihood available to us in agriculture. Gracious God, guide this review and imbue us with the strength for the work that must be done, lest our speech be in vain, and may the growth of this blossom and bear fruits for us and our offsprings for generations yet to come. For Christ's sake. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Watson. Please be seated. We are inviting persons in the back to once again come a bit closer. Thank you so much. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, Randall Thompson. Director of Agriculture, Stuart Versailles. Deputy Director, Alfonso Clark. Chief Veterinary Officer, Dr. Kofi Sylvester. Special Advisor to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, Dr. Ashton Stanley. Head of Crops, Ian Chapman. Andrea Brown, Department of Marine Resources. CEO of the St. Kitts and Nevis Medicinal Cannabis Authority, Native Mills. CADI Representative, Bronte Tucker. Lead Technical Officer for ICDF, Roy Liu. ECA St. Kitts Nevis Technical Specialist, Sharon Jones. Featured speaker, Daniel Atherton. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Assistant Secretaries, other government officials, stakeholders, staff, invited guests, the media. I'm Carla Berridge, and it is my pleasure as chairperson to warmly welcome you to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources Annual Review and Planning Meeting. We are honored to have with us senior government officials, representatives from allied agencies, members of the farming community, and other valued stakeholders in the agricultural sector. Your presence here today underscores the shared commitment we all hold for advancing agriculture in St. Kitts and Nevis. This annual consultation remains a vital platform for meaningful dialogue, reflection, and forward planning. It provides us with the opportunity to take an honest look at the progress over the past year while collectively shaping the strategic direction for the year ahead. Through this collaborative process, we ensure that our policies and programs remain responsive, practical, and aligned with the evolving needs of our agri-marine sector. Today's meeting is particularly significant as it allows us to reflect on the ministry's journey while sharpening our focus on strategies that promote sustainable agricultural development. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, working closely with its key stakeholders and partners, has continued to chart a clear and purposeful path toward building a resilient and sustainable agricultural sector through innovation and strong partnerships. Our theme this year, Empowering Teams, Improving Systems, and Strengthening Agri-Marine Services, speaks directly to the work before us. It reminds us that sustainable progress depends not only on sound policies, but also on capable people, efficient systems, and integrated services that effectively support farmers, fishers, and the wider community. So, as we engage in today's discussions, I encourage each of you to participate actively, share candid insights, and contribute constructively. The strength of this forum lies in the diversity of perspectives gathered in this room and our collective willingness to work together for the advancement of the sector. Once again, thank you for your continued partnership and commitment. I wish you all a productive and forward-looking meeting. We will now hear from the Permanent Secretary, Randall Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Good morning to all. Good morning. Allow me to adopt the protocol that has been established. I also want to just quickly apologize for the minister. He'll be here a little bit later on. We're also happy to say that this morning we also have the commissioning ceremony of the desalination plant happening at the same time with our event here. So that is something that we should also celebrate. That's 2 million gallons of water daily going into our water system. So despite he not being here right now, he will be here later on. So that's something that we should also clap about as we move forward. Heads of department, members of staff, our valued farmers and fishers, stakeholders, partners, and distinguished guests, ambassadors, and also our allied agencies. It is truly a pleasure to stand before you today as we gather under the theme, empowering teams, improving systems, and strengthening agri-marine services. This theme is not just a slogan. It is a call to action. It reflects where we are, and more importantly, where we must go. Today, I want to speak not only about our challenges, but about our purpose. I want to speak about hope, and I want to remind us all that our eyes must remain fixed on the goal ahead, building a strong agriculture and fisheries sector. The goal of the Ministry of Agriculture is clear: to achieve food security, to reduce food imports, and to build a resilient agricultural and fisheries sector that can sustain our nation. In a time when global trade is increasingly sensitive and uncertain due to conflicts, economic instability, supply chain disruptions, and shifting international policies, we cannot afford to rely heavily on external markets for what we can produce ourselves. Food security is no longer optional. It is a national priority. It is economic security. It is social stability. It is independence. I'm very much thankful that we had the pastor here who prayed for us, and I see also Pastor Clive Sanders in the back. I believe now that even as we move forward to encourage our farmers, as we start building relationships with stakeholders, we also want to see the church as a major stakeholder in building the agriculture sector moving forward. So I just wanted to leave that seed that people who are here in the church, it's time to plant. Churches, time to plant. Churches, time to invest as well, even in your little backyard of your church properties. So we have to move forward totally as one. We know that agriculture and fisheries do not operate in a vacuum. Our farmers and fishers face real and persistent challenges. Climate change continues to test our resilience through unpredictable rainfall, droughts, and strong storms. Pests threaten crops. Pressure larceny discourages production. Poor farm road access affects the movement of goods. Our fishers contend with changing ocean conditions and rising operational costs. And yes, as a ministry and as departments, we are not free of issues ourselves. We know that there are systems to improve, processes to streamline, and services to strengthen. But let me say clearly today, we are willing to address every issue head-on. We are committed to improving our system so that we can better serve you, the people. We are committed to listening, learning, and to doing better. That is where we are, ready to tackle the issues head-on, one by one, but doing it together with you. Because despite the challenges, I firmly believe this: if we work together at every level, policymakers, technical officers, farmers, fishers, private sector partners, and communities, we can and will achieve our goals. Empowering teams means building capacity within our departments and among our producers. Improving systems means modernizing how we deliver services and support production. Strengthening agri-marine services means ensuring that farmers and fishers have the tools, training, and infrastructure they need to thrive. When we empower farmers and fishers, we empower our nation. When we reduce food imports, we strengthen our economy. When we focus on food security, we secure our future. This is not the responsibility of one department or one man. It requires teamwork, true collaboration across agriculture, fisheries, forestry, veterinary services, extension, marketing, and administration. It requires partnership with financial institutions, law enforcement, community groups, and regional and international allies in order for us to do it. Most importantly, it requires focus. To all, let's focus on the action, not the distraction. Let's focus on the actions, not the distractions. What I mean by that, let's focus on getting the job done, not the distractions. All right? We must not be distracted by the noise around us. The world may be uncertain, trade may be sensitive, and the climate may be changing, but our mission remains steady. Our focus must remain on the major goal ahead: achieving food security, empowering our producers, and reducing food import. The Ministry of Agriculture looks forward to working with each and every one of you. Your ideas matter, your commitment matters, your resilience matters. Let this meeting not just be another event on the calendar. Let it be a turning point. Let it be the moment where we recommit ourselves to teamwork, working as one, accountability, innovation, and service. Together, we can build stronger systems. Together, we can overcome pests, climate change, climate challenges, and pressure lasting. Together, we can improve access, productivity, and profitability. And together, we can build a resilient and self-reliant agri-marine sector. The road ahead may not be easy, but it is clear. And if we remain united in purpose and focus on our goal, success is not just possible, it is inevitable. Thank you, and let us move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary Thompson. We await the minister, and we will hear from him just a little bit later. In the meantime, we will now be entertained by John Walters. Thank you to Mr. Walters. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Did you? Yes. We will continue with the entertainment, and we'll have a song created by our very own Director of Agriculture, Stuart Versailles, and it is called Invest in the Hands That Feeds Us.
They're washing the hands that feed us. They're washing the hands that feed us. We say we support farmers, but support is not words. Support is action. The hands that feed this nation are still waiting to be truly seen. Today, that changes. Too many decisions made far from the soil. Too many budgets cut without understanding the struggle. But those who walk the fields know the truth. Agriculture is not an expense. Agriculture is survival. They rise before the sun comes up, work in fields when times get tough. No spotlight shines, no loud applause, just silent strength.
That's the cost.
While papers move from desk to desk, farmers carry the real test. Every seed a risk they take, every harvest feeds the state. Listen close.
Can you hear the ground?
That's the sound
Of hope profound.
not from talk, but from the land, built by every working hand. Invest in the hands that feed us. Stand with the ones who truly the soil comes life and health. Farmers are our nation's wealth. Not tomorrow, right now. This is our promise, this is our vow. If we want our future strong, we must get this right, not wrong. They say importing is cheaper, but what happens when the boats stop coming? Who do we turn to then? We turn
To the farmer,
COVID showed what we forgot, how fragile comfort really got. When borders closed and fear was near, farmers kept the people clear. No office chair can feel the sun, no spreadsheet shows what must be done. Trust the voices in the field, that's where real solutions build. Oh, food is medicine,
food is life.
healing families,
From the strife,
fresh food,
real food,
let it grow.
let it grow.
That's the future that we know.
Diabetes, taking lives.
But the answer is in the soil,
Fresh food,
real food,
real food.
food without compromise. Invest in our youth, invest in our farmers, invest in our future. Invest in our hands that feed you. This is the moment, believe us. From the hillside to the sea, farmers build our destiny.
Farmers up high,
Hands up high, let voices rise. See the future in their eyes. Together we stand, together we grow. This is the power the world must know. A nation that feeds itself is a nation that stands strong. The future is not imported. The future is grown.
That was wonderful. Great job. We will now call on our guest speaker as we wait for the minister. We will call on Mr. Daniel Atherton to bring us remarks.
You have tea. Okay, I'm gonna do it from here then. Oh, it can move. Okay, cool. That helps. That helps. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. The farmer is putting his things together. So just give me a little. Yes. Very, very pleasant morning to each and every one. And I'd like to, recognize the protocol that was established earlier and to recognize persons who are here from ICDF, the permanent secretary, the director, other senior government officials, other agencies. I heard Ashton Stanley, advisor, Ian, my colleague, Janelle, people who I know from interacting with the Department of Agriculture. I was asked to make a statement or to provide some words on the topic that's before us. The topic before us is empowering teams, improving systems, and strengthening agri-marine services. It caused me to reflect very deeply because we have some very daunting statistics in terms of our imports, in terms of some trends with non-communicable diseases, and in terms of matters relating to rainfall, water capture, water harvesting, and water utilization. I'll stand down. You want to? Good morning. I'm well, yeah. So we want to, since I've just started, you want us to get the minister? No. Okay. All right. So like I said, with those statistics, and I'll probably get into a few of them, it's important for us to pay attention. So today what I'll try to do, I'll just speak to empowering the teams, building capacity and awakening consciousness. I'll speak to innovation and climate resilient technologies. I'll speak to agriculture and public health, a national emergency we must address. I'll speak to reducing food imports through local production. I'll speak to the stewardship of the environment and biodiversity, and I'll speak to strengthening these systems, data, records, and accountability, and a call for collective action. I think it's quite a bit, but I'll try to be as succinct as possible so as to not take it to a place that you don't want to be, that is to be frustrated or. And I think that today's activity seeks to focus our minds on what we did over the past year and our efforts to change the trajectory over the medium to short term. And so we understand that there is a fundamental need to make sure that we start empowering the teams. And when we speak about the teams, we want to be, if we want a resilient, productive, and competitive agri-marine sector, we must start with our teams, our farmers, our fishers, our extension officers, our youth, and our educators. Empowerment begins with ideas, with capacity building, and with a mindset that embraces innovation. It requires training that is continuous, that is practical, and aligned with modern technologies. Technologies for protection, technologies for conservation, technologies related to production, and technologies related to value addition. Exposure to climate-smart solutions is a necessary condition. And we speak about integrated practices for productivity, for soil, water, and energy management. We must speak to a culture of record keeping, costing, pricing, record keeping not for the sake of it, but that it's done accurately and so that it can inform policy making. And more importantly, that we no longer see NA when it comes to statistics related to St. Kitts and Nevis. World Health Organizations and everybody keeps telling me, oh, well, we refer to FAO stats. We do have a health unit here. We have Central Statistics Office. We probably should focus on having an agricultural statistic section so that we can continuously capture. I must say that I did get some very helpful information from Ian the other day, which we were using with the 5 Cs project, and I think that we may wish to look at that particular module, that template that he's building, because he did have information tracking production from about 2012. So, but because data is so important, if you're not using data, if it's not evidence-based, it's hearsay, and that's not admissible in court, and it's not admissible in good policy planning. And so it is fundamental that you understand, the role and importance of data. And most importantly, there must be a shared belief that agriculture is not a fallback option. It is a profession, a white science, it's business, and it's a pathway to national prosperity. Additionally, we must build a pipeline of individuals. If we're going to empower teams, we must build a pipeline of individuals whose consciousness is awakened from early childhood, from primary school to tertiary education. Agriculture must be embedded in the curriculum, not as a subject of the past, but as a gateway to biotechnology, climate resilience, food innovation, and entrepreneurship. This is how we secure the next generation of farmers, fishers, agronomists, veterinarians, food technologists, and marine scientists. Innovation and climate resilient technologies. We are living in a time when climate changes rewriting the rules of agriculture. There are droughts, unprecedented, unpredictable rainfall, invasive species, and rising sea temperatures are not future threats. They are present, existential threats. To survive and thrive, we must adopt climate-resilient crop varieties. But we must speak to some of our indigenous varieties that are here. We must go about a proper selection and isolation and multiplication of those. Because if we look to Mr. Gates and GMOs, we will be always handout, looking for seeds. And as I said to my ganja friends, if you want to control the weed, you have to control the seed. And so it's no difference if you want to control your food. You got to control that. And so we have to think in terms of innovation about protected agriculture and smart irrigation. Smart irrigation, which means using all of the forces, conservation, water harvesting, drip irrigation, which uses maybe 1/10 of most of the other types of thing, and making sure that we use brackish water where we can find it and use it in a way that makes us productive. We must also seek to use digital tools for monitoring the soil, monitoring the weather, monitoring the catch, monitoring the bees, their existence, their places. We must have marine technologies that protect our reef and enhance sustainable fishing. We must introduce fads that are pragmatic and practical. We must use renewable energy solutions for farms and processing facilities. And innovation is not optional. It is the bridge between vulnerability and resilience. Agriculture must be seen as a coexisting partner with public health because we have a national emergency. You see the national emergency when you walk to town and you see the people with crutches with one limb amputated. You see it when you look around town and you see persons who are obese. You see it when you look around and you realize that you're going to stores and you get a lot of sugar products on the shelves, almost all processed in plastic. You talk about recycling, single-use practice, but that the real implication and application is when we can have, you go in there and you see lots of, just like you see it here. That's impacting, that emergency. And so we must make sure that non-communicable diseases such as hypertension and things like diabetes, well, it's genetic sometimes, heart diseases and obesity, these are now some of the greatest threats to our survival. And when I looked at some statistics, and they are really, really appalling, it shows that, the NCDs are responsible for 77% of all deaths. It shows that 0.5% of obesity in adults over 15 years since 2013, and 36% of adult women, 18% of adult men. And it shows childhood obesity. I mean, it has some serious issues here when it comes to obesity. I garnered these from PAHO and global nutrition statistics, so you can verify the veracity of my statement. I would not want to say anything that you cannot go and check. So the other aspect of this is that, but what we have to understand to capture this emergency and mitigate against its further expansion, we must make sure that the solution is in growing our soil and swimming in our waters that are productive. We must make sure that right now, some of this is caused because we import too much of what we can produce. We consume too much processed food and too little fresh food. We spend too much on treatment and too little on prevention. Agriculture must therefore be repositioned as the next growth sector, not only for economic reasons, but for public health reasons. There is a crisis, it's an emergency, and we should not be rushing to the hospital in the ambulance. Reducing forced imports. I've had the opportunity to do some studies with respect to developing investment profiles for St. Kitts and Nevis, the world food situation, the agricultural transformation and growth. You have the CSAP right now, and you have the 5 Cs. And the recurring decimal is our situation when it comes to reducing food imports through local production. If every man his step would sweep, the city would be clean. If every person would do a little planting, you will be able to have more people who are healthy. You will have a great impact on reducing the imports because we have seen significant increase. And there are partial justifications. But we must be aware that what you don't use, you will lose. And we have to make sure that we understand one thing. Freshness has a price. Freshness also has a cost. When we take things that are fresh to the shelves here, that we import, that came from California, as vine-ripened tomatoes in a box, control atmosphere to Miami, and then 7 or 10 days down, then get on our shelves, and then we are doing that. You can see for yourself from the texture of the tomatoes, the leathery nature, because it was picked green and had to be used ethereal or something to give it its color. We have to make sure that we understand why imports are not so good for our health. That's important. Freshness has a price. Freshness also has a price in that it keeps you healthy, because once you've harvested a product, chemical processes start taking place in that product, and senescence, or it ages. So it's not getting any younger. The best example is to take the tomatoes this morning, bring them, and have them used before the end of the day. Any other tomato is inferior, and you're paying superior price. Remember, you want to argue with me to go down to $2, $3 for a pound, but you have no problem in paying $8, $10 for something that importers who remain nameless bring in. So I'm challenging persons that as a part of this process for building teams, empowering teams, and so forth, that we understand reducing food imports is existential. There was a time when I remember in my lifetime, when over at Borio, they had kush yams to the floor. A lot of people don't know that because you're too young. I remember over at Borio where you had pineapple, and soldiers had to guard the pineapple during Willie Doe's time. We were exporting from here. There was a Simaco over at Ponce Pasture. There was a time when St. Kitts and Nevis exported everything: lobsters, conchs, crabs, fish, monkey, donkey, cattle, sheep from Nevis, and from St. Kitts, sweet potatoes, yams, and those sorts of things from St. Kitts. I am telling you, this is not a place that we have never been. This is a place we have been, and this is a place that we should seek to return to in a superlative form, in a form where we feed ourselves. So reducing food import through local production would be my urging. Stewardship of the environment. They took that from your name, Stuart, or something like that. So you have to assist with the stewardship. The biblical man knows stewardship is what's important. Stewardship of the environment and our biodiversity. What do I mean by that? Our environment is our greatest asset. This land is not going to get bigger. It's likely to get eroded and get smaller. Our biodiversity is our inheritance. Our stewardship must be intentional. This means we must protect our watersheds. It means we should not encourage, or should not, this dumping of stuff that you do not know what they are in curvatures that slope down, that can enter into our aquifer. When it goes in there, it's going to go into all the water and affect all the people. It's important that we understand. We have to protect our waterfalls and our coastlines. We must manage our land sustainably. A little practical application. When you see the backhoe culture and the excavation, and when it takes off the topsoil, you must understand it takes a lot of time before a lot of topsoil get returned to that. So it's important that we get in the habit of improving that top layer of our soil. Because what happens when the organic matter is removed, the next thing that happens is that the soil gets compact. And once it gets compact, the seed, the roots don't move as freely in the soil. And so it is important that you understand that fundamental fact. You should always try to keep it aerated so that there is movement of the air in and soil nutrients through the plants, because you've got systems that are not under stress and not under pressure. We must manage land. We must safeguard our marine ecosystems. We should not just throw things in the sea. We must promote regenerative agriculture, prune back some of the good trees, let them go again, air layering, do things, encourage responsible fishing practices. A healthy environment is the foundation of a healthy agricultural sector. Strengthening systems. In order to get all of these, I said before that we must make sure that some of our system, our data collection system, our record keeping system, and our accountability system, that these are solid. What that ensures is that this empowerment that we're speaking about, it would then be complete because we would have had these things in place. That we must encourage and require our farmers, and we must encourage ourselves as farmers and fishers to keep proper records. Production, what levels of inputs, our time of inputs, the place of inputs, and keep copious notes. Remember, it costs your labor. Your labor is not free. What you do, if you had to go to someone else, they would have to pay you something for your labor. Value your time and document it. It's first called record keeping, and then after that, it becomes, a database. Your costs, all of your costs, you must take. And pay attention to your yields. Look at the crops that yield more and those that don't yield as much. Look at them and see what were the conditions surrounding that plant that did well versus the one that didn't well. All of that is the power of observation, and strengthening your data system starts with you. Without records, we cannot access financing. When you go to access finances, they're going to ask you how much money you make from this crop, how much you have made over the last 3 years. You can't tell them, I used to do this, and I had a big crop of cabbage, and I had this, and I'd made this amount of money. It's important. The shortest note is better than the longest memory. Make a note that you can show someone else that you have evidence. Then, even if you do not have well-organized records, you have all of those notes that someone can compile something. You can take the information. And like I said, accountability. We cannot build profitable enterprises if we're not accountable to ourselves. So we cannot take money from the farm, you understand, and go and buy something that's non-farm related and leave the farm to become worse off. Record keeping is not paperwork. Record keeping is power. And I want to take all of those things that I said before and call us to collective action. As we gather here today, let us commit to a new vision for agriculture and marine resources. One that is people-centered. I kind of like what the preacher said. I like your song, Versailles. It's pretty good stuff. That should be must listen for all of the people who you're going to recruit in agriculture when you build capacity. And we must be innovation-driven. We have to always be environmentally responsible, and it must align with national health and economic priorities. Let us build teams that are empowered in the manner which I suggested. Systems that are efficient, sectors and subsectors that are resilient, and a nation that is healthier, stronger, and more self-sufficient. Agriculture is not just the next growth sector. It is the sector that will define our future. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you to Mr. Atherton for that informative presentation, speaking not only to the importance of innovation, but the importance of agriculture and as a growth sector. We now recognize the presence of the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, Honorable Samuel Duggins, and we call on him to bring us brief remarks.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. I want to take time today to recognize at the head table Mr. Thompson, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Versailles, Director at the Department of Agriculture, and all of us here. I want to take time to accredit our partners and friends from the Republic, China, Taiwan, and all other allied agencies that support such a valuable sector. But I want to take a moment as well to acknowledge Mr. Atherton, somebody who I hold a great deal of reverence for his knowledge, his depth, and his expertise in the area of agriculture. A long-standing practitioner, but one who understands the importance of driving the sector in a meaningful way for success. And thank you for that presentation, Mr. Atherton. But today I want to talk specifically to the stakeholders that mean the most: the farmers, the fishers, the agro-processors, and the staff at the ministries and departments of agriculture, fisheries, and marine resources. Because it is you that drive the sector, and it is on your backs that the sector is positioned. And for the last 3.5 years, I've seen that in a real way. Coming into this position from being a farmer myself, I understand the importance of actually tilling the soil. I understand the importance of producing food. But I also now understand the importance of the administrative effort behind all of that work. There's a lot that happens in the background before anything happens in the foreground. Mr. Atherton just said agriculture is a critical sector, one that will define who we are and where we are going. I believe that. I believe that fundamentally. I always say we could do a lot of things and we could live without a lot of things, but we could never live without food. And that is fundamental for me. We could never live without food. And from the ministry standpoint, we have over the years made strategic investments to ensure that not only food security is presented, but more importantly, food sovereignty. And both of them, we have to work strategically. Because you see, while we aim for food sovereignty, we make sure that we create sustainable food supply mechanisms. And we have invested in our tractors to make sure that our farmers could get better plowed lands, more reliable time frames. And we've invested in storage systems. And we've invested in making sure that we have the right technical expertise at the head of the table. And at times it's not working as well, we are willing to change and make sure that we bring something better to the table. These are only part of it. Because at the end of the day, that food sovereignty, that food that we produce for ourselves is most important. And we heard Mr. Atherton speak to that. The difference between an imported tomato and a local tomato. And that goes across all food crops. And when I stand in forums like I did a few months ago, where the Minister of Labor for Grenada, after visiting Gideon Farm and Yellow's Farm, said on the platform, she has to go back to Grenada and advise her countrymen about what Sankis is doing because they need to take pattern. That was at the Marriott Hotel about 4 months ago. Yes, and they deserve a round of applause for the work that they're doing. I am inspired by those comments. Why? Because it tells me that something is happening right among our farmers. And when I sat in Costa Rica and I saw a presentation by the past president of Cathay University, Dr. Mohammed, who is now the Director General of AICA. And randomly in his presentation, he highlighted Yellow's Farm as a model farm to study. I was inspired because it tells me we are doing something right here in agriculture. And when I heard the Premier and Minister of Agriculture of the BVI on camera expressing that he is impressed with the pace at which Sankis is developing in agriculture, again, I was inspired because it tells me that our farmers are doing something right in the field. But we are not there yet. We still have much to go. And this is why we are here to plan and review. Because every strategy needs to be executed, reviewed, and adopted for greater success. And that is what these meetings are about. And while we could sit and we could stand and we could boast that fisheries over the last 3 years has over doubled in revenue, from some 9.5 million to now 19.5 million. It says that we're moving in the right direction, but we are not yet at our goal. And that is why we gather here, to bring everyone together, to put all the brilliant minds together, to come up with the right ideas for the future. To make sure that wherever we were yesterday and wherever we are today, that tomorrow we're in a better place. That is the objective. That is why we're here. Because in 2022, when I heard about the crisis, and we started working with our friends from the Republic of China, Taiwan, and we signed that agreement in 2023, and they started working on the hatchery, and we commissioned that in 2024, and by 2025, we were supplying their old chicks for the first time to our local poultry farmers. And by the end of 2025, we started supplying the region with their old chicks right here from St. Kitts and Nevis. That says we are doing something right in agriculture. But the mission must continue. We must move from where we are today to greater achievements. And that is why we are continuing to plan to move our hatchery from just 20,000 birds, hopefully, to a greater number of productivity in the future. And thank you for your continued support and commitment. I want to also speak to you, those people out there in the fields. We in the ministry are here to support. We have been communicating with you. We have been trying to understand what it is that you need to make your production more consistent, to improve your quality, to make sure that your livelihoods are secured. We have gone out and secured market spaces for you as farmers, fishers, and agro-processors. However, there are a few fundamental things that I want us to take into note. Supply must be consistent for it to work well. I have a fundamental saying that I developed from my own farming experience, and I will share that here with you. I told my staff every time, if we are not there at the door and on the shelves every week when that supermarket is packing their shelves, then we are cutting ourselves out of the market. If we are not there when that supermarket is packing its shelf every week, we are cutting ourselves out of the market. Because going to the experience from the end, coming backward. If you are taking your significant other to dinner, and she wants to order her favorite meal on the menu, and that restaurant says to you, we don't have it, how will you feel? You'll be upset with the restaurant. Now that restaurant must then be upset with the supermarket for not supplying it. And that supermarket must then be upset with you, the provider, for not having it. And so, as the provider, you must put yourself in the position of the end user. Do I want to go into the restaurant to impress that person I love and not have what they need on the menu? This is how we must think as producers. And the more consistent the supply, the better it is for uptake. A supermarket, I understand the metrics, and even the hotels. If I could call someone in Sandy Point to order my tomatoes, and 9 times out of 10 they have it, I have no reason to spend 3 weeks in logistics to get it here. That is the truth. But if I call that farmer and they have it once every 3 months, then we have a problem. And so we must curtail our supply to be able to be sustainable and consistent. This big haul idea of planting your whole field but only getting it once every 3 months if you're lucky, we have to move away from that. We must be more consistent. We must be more strategic. And to do that effectively, we must be more data-driven. And that is why the ministry and department is investing in innovative technologies, greenhouses, drone technologies, so that we could be in a position that we could fly a drone over your farm and give you all the details as to what is right, what is wrong, where it is right, where it is wrong, and what the solution is. Integrating AI so that there's less guesswork and more practical data. And again, Mr. Otterton just spoke to that and the importance of data, true data. This is where we want to go. But the department can't go there alone. And you as a farmer can't go there alone. You as a fisher can't go there alone. We all must work together. We want to make sure that our livestock producers understand what type of feed that their livestock require at what time. And that is why we teamed up with Southern University and we had training sessions. Because for me, when I try to understand what is the issue with our small ruminant sector, we see so many small ruminants roaming the street, but yet we still import. Then I understood at that time, every small ruminant that went into the abattoir came out as chopped meat, just chunks. and then you realize where the problem was. They needed training in specialty cuts. And so we brought in the expertise from Southern University. We brought in the expertise from Jamaica, and we trained our butchers for specialty cuts. So now the small ruminant farmers don't need to just go in and come out with chunks of meat, but they could come out with lamb, leg of lamb. They could come out with all the different cuts that these hotels and supermarkets import, and we could stem that import. But these are the ideas that we must continue to develop. These are the things that we must continue to do so that we can continue to grow. And this is why meetings like these are so important. That we could bring all the ideas to the tables. You bring your challenges and your ideas, we bring our challenges and our ideas. And somewhere between the dialogue, we filter out the unnecessary parts and end up with those best policies that work for our context. And I want us to do that today and onward. I want us to bring our ideas and our challenges to the forefront and make sure that when we leave this room today, we leave with a plan that leaves St. Kitts and Nevis' agriculture sector better than we had it today, better than it was yesterday. And that is my request of you. And my commitment to you is, as the Minister of Agriculture, I will continue to fight for agriculture irrespective of whatever the challenge is. It is a challenging sector. I always say, if it rains too much, there's a problem. If it doesn't rain at all, there's a problem. If the wind is too high, there's a problem. If there's no wind, there's a problem. If the sun is too hot, there's a problem. If there's no sun, there's a problem. It is a challenging sector. However, it is an essential sector. And because we cannot live without it, we must find a way to live with it, sustain it, and make it viable for years to come. With that, I say again good morning, and thank you all for being here, and I look forward to enriching discussions to move agriculture in St. Kitts and Nevis even further. Thank you. Good morning.
From soil to sweat to harvest, we rise. This is more than farming. This is nation building. St. Kitts and Nevis, the future grows here. We walk through drought, we walk through rain, still planting hope through every strain. Hands in the earth, eyes on the sky. Farmers don't quit, we multiply. Fields once silent, now calling loud. Feeding a nation, making us proud. Every seed is a promise we sow. From where we were to where we go. Hear the tractors roll like thunder, new beginnings breaking under, old limit falling one by one. The work of many becomes one sound. We are the roots of tomorrow, standing strong through joy and sorrow. From the hillside to the shore, we rise together, stronger than before. Hands in the soil, hearts on fire, in this nation, higher and higher. This is the core, hear the anthem roar.
Another production by our Director of Agriculture, Stuart Versailles. Thank you to the Honorable Minister for your remarks on continued leadership. And as we wrap up this portion, our opening ceremony,
My apologies. I am back because there was one thing that I needed to note, that I need to be a fundamental part of today's discussion, is that in about 3 weeks, St. Kitts and Nevis will be signing on for agricultural insurance for farmers and fishers. Many of you would have participated in the discussions and the dialogue with REAP when they were here a few months ago. I want us to continue these discussions today to ensure that the policy that we are presenting reflects exactly what you want as farmers and fishers. And so part of our continued dialogue, I want us to include that, because by middle of March, we are committed to signing on to a package where every farmer and fisher will be covered by comprehensive, parametric insurance for agriculture, complements REAP, and the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. So I wanted us to inject that.
Thank you, Minister. As we conclude the opening ceremony, I wish to express thanks to our presenters and our participants, and to you, our wonderful audience. I encourage all participants to remain actively engaged as we transition into the technical segment of this meeting. Thank you once again for your presence and continued commitment. We will take a 5-minute water break, and then we will invite you back in for the annual planning and review session.
We stand on the work of those before us. Today we rise. Whoa. We walk through drought, we walk through rain, still planting hope through every strain. Hands in the earth, eyes on the sky. Farmers don't quit, we multiply. Fields once silent, now calling loud. Feeding a nation, making us proud. Every seed is a promise we sow. From where we were to where we go.
From morning light to evening rain, we carry hope through joy and pain.
Every row,
Every field we claim,
writing history in agriculture's name. We've seen the storms, we've felt the strain, but farmers rise again and again, strong like roots beneath the ground. Silent power, nation bound. Innovation in every hand, new ideas across the land. You stepping into the flames,
to the flame,
changing agriculture's name.
changing agriculture's name.
Food security, pride restored. Farmers leading, moving forward. Small island, massive vision. Agriculture, our decision. Oh, oh, hey. Ibi hodi, oh, aye. Ibi hodi, aye. Ibi hodi, oh, aye. Ibi hodi, aye. Ibi hodi, oh, 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 aye. Ibi hodi, aye. Oh, aye. Oh, aye. Review the past, plan the future, plant the legacy. Soft music fade. we care about farmers, but today we stop talking. Today we show it, because agriculture is not an expense, it is survival. No more promises written on paper, no more waiting for change later. The ones in the field know the pain, sun on their backs through the wind and rain. They don't farm for applause or fame, they farm so one nation can sustain. While some sit high behind closed doors, counting numbers, forgetting the source. Listen to the hands that plant the seed, they understand what people need. Not just budgets, not just charts. Agriculture lives in hearts. Invest in the hands that feed us, stand with the ones who truly lead us. From the soil comes our strength and pride, farmers standing side by side. Not tomorrow, the time is now. We make the change, we make the vow. If we want our future strong, we must get this right, not wrong. Too long decisions from distant chairs, cutting support without knowing the cares. Thinking imports will always arrive, forgetting what keeps our people alive. When the planes stop, when the boats don't come, who will feed every daughter and son? COVID showed us the truth so clear. Farmers carried us through the fear. Food is power, food is health. Agriculture is national wealth. Every dollar we invest today builds a stronger future way. Invest in the hands that feed us, trust the ones who truly see us. From the hillside to the shore, farmers matter more and more. Raise the voice and let it ring. Agriculture is everything. Diabetes taking lives each day, but fresh food can show the way. Put down the oils, the processed chains, bring back health to our veins. Feed the youth with real nutrition, grow the minds of the next generation. A nation's wealth is not in gold, it's in the people we uphold. Invest in the hands that feed us, this is the moment, believe us. Real food, real change, real vision clear. The future starts right here. Together we rise, together we stand, building hope across the land. Farmers first, let the world see. This is our food security. When we invest in farmers, we invest in ourselves. And that is how our nation grows. We say we care about farmers, but today we stop talking. Today we show it, because agriculture is not an expense, it is survival. No more promises written on paper, no more waiting for change later. The ones in the field know the pain, sun on their backs through the wind and rain. They don't farm for applause or fame, they farm so one nation can sustain. While some sit high behind closed doors, counting numbers, forgetting the source.
Listen to the hands that plant the seed. They understand what people need. Not just budgets, not just charts. Agriculture lives in hearts. Invest in the hands that feed us. Stand with the ones who truly lead us. From the soil comes our strength and pride. Farmers standing side by side. Not tomorrow, the time is now. We make the change, we make the vow. If we want our future strong, we must get this right, not wrong. Too long decisions from distant chairs, cutting support without knowing the cares. Thinking imports will always arrive, forgetting what keeps our people alive. When the planes stop, when the boats don't come, who will feed every daughter and son? COVID showed us the truth so clear. Farmers carried us through the fear. Food is power, food is health. Agriculture is national wealth. Every dollar we invest today builds a stronger future way. Invest in the hands that feed us. Trust the ones who truly see us. From the hillside to the shore, farmers matter more and more. Raise the voice and let it ring. Agriculture is everything. Diabetes taking lives each day, but fresh food can show the way. Put down the oils, the processed chains. Bring back health to our veins. Feed the youth with real nutrition. Grow the minds of the next generation. A nation's wealth is not in gold, it's in the people we uphold. Invest in the hands that feed us. This is the moment, believe us. Real food, real change, real vision clear. The future starts right here. Together we rise, together we stand. Building hope across the land. Farmers first, let the world see. This is our food security. When we invest in farmers, we invest in ourselves. And that is how our nation grows. We say we care about farmers, but today we stop talking. We say we care about farmers, but today we stop talking. Today we show it, because agriculture is not an expense, it is survival. No more promises written on paper, no more waiting for change later. The ones in the field know the pain. Sun on their backs through the wind and rain. They don't farm for applause or fame. They farm so one nation can sustain. While some sit high behind closed doors, counting numbers, forgetting the source. Listen to the hands that plant the seed. They understand what people need. Not just budgets, not just charts. Agriculture lives in hearts. Invest in the hands that feed us. Stand with the ones who truly lead us. From the soil comes our strength and pride. Farmers standing side by side. Not tomorrow, the time is now. We make the change, we we make the vow. If we want our future strong, we must get this right, not wrong. Too long decisions from distant chairs, cutting support without knowing the cares. Thinking imports will always arrive, forgetting what keeps our people alive. When the planes stop, when the boats don't come, who will feed every daughter and son? COVID showed us the truth so clear. Farmers carried us through the fear. Food is power, food is health. Agriculture is national wealth. Every dollar we invest today builds a stronger future way. Invest in the hands that feed us, trust the ones who truly see us. From the hillside to the shore, farmers matter more and more. Raise the voice and let it ring. Agriculture is everything. Diabetes taking lives each day, but fresh food can show the way. Put down the oils, the processed chains, bring back health to our veins. Feed the youth with real nutrition, grow the minds of the next generation. A nation's wealth is not in gold, it's in the people we uphold. Invest in the hands that feed us, this is the moment, believe us. Real food, real change, real vision clear. The future starts right here. Together we rise, together we stand, building hope across the land. Farmers first, let the world see. This is our food security.
We invite everyone back inside as we begin the second part of our session this morning. Welcome back, everyone. We now proceed to the annual planning and review session. We begin with the department presentations. First, I invite Dr. Kofi Sylvester of the Department of Agriculture to deliver his presentation.
Thank you and good morning. So firstly, please allow me to stand on the established protocol. My name, as introduced, is Dr. Kofi Sylvester, and this morning my purpose is to present the annual review of the year 2025 for the Department of Agriculture. Nestled within the Department of Agriculture are two main programs, which will be the crops program and the livestock program. And therefore, those are the areas that I'm going to focus in when we're doing this review of the year 2025 for the department. In 2025, the Department of Agriculture engaged in a number of activities, trainings, technical sessions, both local and regional, and began initiatives all guided by the team, Journey to Sustainability. Its mandate, though diverse and encompassing, was not just to provide the consumers with quality plant food and animal products, but also to ensure that these products of the sector and the manner in which they are obtained can continue for generations to come. Collaboration and cooperation were at the heart of it, as the Federation hosted the Caribbean Week of Agriculture, with regional and international participants, and in conjunction with our flagship event, the Agricultural Open Day. Here, we presented and showcased our innovation and our production. And I believe the minister would have alluded to we able to showcase so much and show the country and show the region so much that persons really took a lot of what St. Kitts is doing back to their home country. Appreciation to our leaders and in each sector, and positioning ourselves for future development using drones and other technological advances were all conducted in 2025. For the crops programs, the unit areas are the crop extension and production, the engineering unit, the plant quarantine unit, soils and plant lab, the agro-processing unit, and also the marketing unit. Now, the overall production seen in the crop extension and production unit would have been approximately 1,949,442 pounds of produce. This would have demonstrated a 20% increase in production as compared to 2024. Special mention should be made of carrots, onions, sweet potatoes, tomato, and watermelon, which saw a twofold increase or even more in the year 2025. These items, with the exception of sweet potato, are target crops for the 25 by 25, now 30 agenda. The targeted crops in the agenda would have generated an approximate value of $2,500,740 in 2025. Crop extension and production would have also carried out a number of training programs for increased productivity, and these would have included the greenhouse production systems, pineapple production, banana and plantain production systems, contour plowing training for operators, crop digitalization trainings, climate smart agriculture, drone trainings and uses of drone in agriculture. Chief among them were the pineapple training and pineapple production training and the banana and plantain production system training, which ensured that the 30,000 imported slips of banana and plantain were well developed and were used for the advancement of our industry. As we speak about imported slips, the lethal yellowing of coconuts would have reduced our coconut capacity and the number of plants on the island, and the department would have also imported 15,000 coconut slips for the regeneration and the rebooting of that industry. The engineering unit, which is responsible for land preparation, boasted of a total of 2,157 acres of land prepared. District 2 would have catered for more than 50% of the work done, and this we would have known, and we do like to boast that District 2 is the food basket of St. Kitts. The unit would not have been without its challenges, and the tractor with those challenges would have included tractor and implement breakdowns, as well as adverse weather that would have slowed the work of the unit. The plant quarantine unit, which is our regulatory body, would have had and issued 947 import permits. These would have covered seeds and crop produce. We would have also issued 722 phytosanitary certificates, and for those that might not know, these are for exports. So this would have meant that we had 722 instances of agricultural produce, crop produce, leaving the Federation, and therefore I think this is something that we should applaud. Our herbs and spices are going overseas, our fruits are going overseas, our tea leaves are also going overseas. We would have also conducted a number of stakeholder consultations, and these were to ensure that our regulation and our procedures that are accompanying the Plant Protection Act are aligned with the persons that they are therefore going to serve. We also would like to report that we would have established our port of entry at the airport, and therefore the public is now have easy access to information. They are aware of the regulatory lines and therefore chance that you have for plant and animal plant product coming in and out of the Federation. Our soils and plant lab, our agro-processing unit, and our marketing unit continue to support the crop program with data that guides planting and crop management, adding value to harvested products, and providing accesses to markets for our crop farmers. Moving on to the livestock program. And these main unit areas, a little behind, there we go. So these main unit areas are the veterinary services, our extension services, the Bayford's Livestock Center of Excellence, and the Basse-Terre Abattoir. The veterinary services would have responded to in excess of 700 cases for the year 2025. Our major cases would have included dermatophillosis, endo and ectoparasitism, and nutritional support-related cases. In 2025, we also had a successful breeding year with reduced numbers of breeding complications, and this has been a growing concern, and it's glad to see that in the year 2025, we would have a reduction in number of cases of those incidences. However, in 2025, we did have a number of challenges, and these challenges would have included availability to medication, dog predation, which is a growing concern and a problem for our farmers, management practices, and gaps in knowledge and information among our farming community. The Veterinary Services also is a regulatory body for the importation of meat, and for 2025, we saw a total of 4,672,351 kgs of meat being imported into St. Kitts. Chicken would have accounted for 64% of this import, with our weight being 2,983,996 kilograms of imported chicken. Our extension services would have conducted a number of extension visits, and that would have been 326 over the year 2025. These visits would have been focused on technical knowledge transfer, data collection, animal health management, deworming, treatment, and general husbandry support. Extension services would have also conducted a various number of trainings, just as we would have done in the crop side. And these trainings and consultations and workshops would have covered even things like the swine standard operating procedure, disease response and sampling training, rabbit cage building, apiculture radio presentations, partnered trainings with the ICDF, and even an ectoparasite prevention training as well at the department. The extension services were also, somebody tell me when my slides are not there. Sorry, I'm changing boards, so if you could just indicate when you're behind, be nice. All right, the extension training would also had a number of challenges, and these would have included the traditional farm management practices. It's also said breaking tradition and breaking custom is the hardest job a technical person will ever have to do. Land and water availability has also been a challenge for the extension services. Feed supply, and the farmers will cry out when they have those feed supply, and those cries come to the extension services and then filter all the way up to the department. Access to vehicles and transportation. Visits are something you're going to have to do regularly, and farmers are wide and well spread across the island. And also market access would have also been a challenge that we faced. Despite these challenges, the livestock sector has demonstrated its resilience with a continued level of production as the previous year. The Bayford's Livestock Center of Excellence. This is our proposed breeding and stock demonstration facility. The staff has continued the rehabilitation work at the center, adding to the number of available pastures for livestock grazing and fodder production. The other activities also included animal husbandry of the existing cattle herd, sale of live animals to farmers, experimentation with supplemental feeding, such as the reusing of corn stalks from our crop side, the mixing of spent grain and cut grass, and silage production are some of the things that we would have tried at the station and therefore then presented to the farmers as options that they can therefore use. Also located at the Center of Excellence is the layer hatchery. This facility has been in the spotlight as it is first of its kind in the OECS. It has also set the standard, positioning the Federation as a leader in this sector. At this Bayford's layer hatchery, we have begun distribution of chicks in May 2025. Ensuring that we are sustainable, our second batch of breeder chicks would have been imported in August 2025. 23 local farmers would have received chicks coming out from the hatchery. And in 2025, we also had our first export of 500 day-old chicks to St. Eustatius. The hatchery, at the closing of 2025, would have produced approximately 9,300 chicks. This bold project has yielded tremendous results. As with any new venture, complications and hiccups are expected, and the hatchery was not without its fair share of such. Some of the challenges experienced at the hatchery would have been complications with fertility and egg quality, attaining the required humidity for incubation and hatching. Aspergillosis and brooder pneumonia was something that affected our herd in the very early, our chicks in the very early. The available carrier and shipping for export has also been something that we have, a challenge that we have encountered. It is important to note that these challenges were overcome using ingenuity, careful assessment and investigation, modification, and all this was done in collaboration with the Ross University of Veterinary Medicine Diagnostic Laboratory. Shipping is still not totally resolved, but the demand for our product is evident, as those persons that would have exported chicks actually booked their own private flights to come here to buy chicks to export to their country. So our product is very much in demand. In most instances, livestock production's final stage is completed at the abattoir. In the year 2025, the Department of Agriculture, with its partners, regional and international, sought to enhance the service provided to the farming community with slaughter processing and cutting techniques and trainings. Several upgrades and services were completed to ensure the provision of continued service to the general public. While the unit experienced challenges such as electrical fluctuations, damage to appliances, drainage issues, and water disruptions, I am happy to report that these did not result in any disruption of service, as the unit was able to quickly resolve and overcome each hurdle. St. Kitts has essentially maintained the level of production in 2025 when compared to 2024. We only had slight fluctuations within the species group, but we would have, in 2024, had 133 tons of meat being cycled through the abattoir, and this year we had a very, very slight dip of 132.29 tons of meat cycling through the abattoir. The twofold increase from the year 2023 has remained, and you can see it as shown in the graph that for 2024 and 2025, we are pretty much doing the same. This seeming plateauing of the island's production is a clarion call and indication that to further advance and increase our production, we must embrace the technological advances and innovations that are designed to do just that. In my conclusion, the year 2025 was full of positives and ups, but we must also embrace the downs. The department will continue to adjust, realign, and work diligently to recover from the downs and to keep our focus on our crucial mandate, to support and guide food production within St. Kitts. As the leaders of the sector, we have not and cannot do this alone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our stakeholders, our collaborating partners, staff, and of course you, our farmers. The accomplishments of 2025 are ours, for savoring now and for a lasting flavor for years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Dr. Sylvester for that informative presentation. I now call on Ms. Andrea Brown of the Department of Marine Resources.
Good morning, everyone. Please allow me to adopt the protocol that was previously established. Today, I will provide an overview of the work of the Department of Marine Resources, highlight our recent achievements, and then outline our forward strategies through the Fisheries Resilient Program 2026. At its core, our objective is to strengthen sustainability, improve safety, and enhance the economic viability of the fisheries sector in St. Kitts and Nevis. To begin, our work is guided by 6 core mandates. These include fisheries management and licensing, law enforcement and compliance under the FAMRA, data collection and monitoring, fisheries extension services, conservation and sustainability, and stakeholder engagement and capacity building. Together, these pillars ensure that the sector remains supported, scientifically informed, and future-oriented. Turning first to fisheries management and licensing, we conducted vessel inspection and processed license renewal to ensure that all fishing vessels met established safety standards. By verifying compliance requirements, we strengthen reliance, oversight, and enhance safety at sea. In addition, continuous sea patrol were conducted in obligation with with collaboration with the Coast Guard. Through these patrols, suspicious activities were monitored and FAMWA regulations were actively enforced. As a result, enforcement visibility increased and compliance was reinforced across the sector. Okay. At the same time, fish catch data collection continued across all landing sites in St. Kitts and Nevis. This ongoing monitoring is essential because it supports stock assessment, inform management decisions, and provide the evidence base for policy development. Overall, in 2025, began stronger than 2024, with higher landing in January, March, but slightly lower figures in February and April. And it continued declining from May through to October, particularly in June, August, and September. Media performance in 2025 was significantly weaker than in 2024, with sharp decline in June, August, and September. However, in 2025, it rebounded stronger in the final quarter, outperforming 2024 in October, November, and December, with November and December showing particularly great increase. Beyond regulations, the department continued to provide direct support services to fishers. Specifically, we ensured accessibility to fishing gears and supplies, facilitated the purchase and sales of fresh fish at the Old Road and Bastia complex, and provided ice to improve food security and maintain product quality. This is our role, and this role extended beyond oversight to achieve sector support. We also advanced stakeholder engagement through consultation on the Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Marine Resource Act, or we call it FAMWA. Meetings were held in both St. Kitts and Nevis to gather feedback and strengthen transparency. Consequently, the legislative process continues to reflect the realities and concerns of the fishers. Regionally, we engage with officials from the Caribbean Region Fisheries Mechanism under the Biosphere Project. This collaboration focused on coastal resilience and sustainable fisheries, incorporating field visits and stakeholder interactions. Such engagement ensures alignment with regional best practices and strengthens institutional partnership. Furthermore, in collaboration with the Department of Industry and Commerce, we hosted a food security and quality assurance seminar. Importantly, this represents a step towards HACCP readiness and improved competitiveness in the region and international markets. In terms of the infrastructure and environmental action, 16 fish aggregator devices were constructed and deployed to encourage offshore fishing and reduce reef pressures. Additionally, progress was made under the OECS Trash Boom Initiative to strengthen marine's waste management system, and simultaneously, sargassum response capabilities was enhanced through the acquisition of specialized equipment. We also addressed, as the minister said earlier, economic resilience by facilitating insurance information sessions for farmers and fishers. Moreover, we supported initiatives through the KIA SKN King Crab project, tested degradable fish pot twines, and supporting individual fishers where necessary. Collectively, these initiatives strengthen sustainability and livelihood security. Attention was also directed towards marine spatial planning and the reduction of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries. Those two stakeholders' consultation on the marine management areas and participation in the FAO lobster project, we examine IUU, fishing patterns, management measures, and socio-economic impact. This supports responsible governance. Conservation effects were strengthened through participation in reef check certification training and coral reef diversity surveys. These ecosystem health assessments provide critical scientific data to guide adaptive management strategies. Equally important, we intensify public engagement and youth outreach. Through cooperative events, summer camps, practical fishing skill training, and value-added products demonstration, we actually promoted stewardship, entrepreneurship, and sector awareness. Investment in the youth encourages long-term sustainability. Taken together, these effects have strengthened one, our regulatory compliance, enhanced enforcement presence, advanced sustainability initiative, expanded stakeholders' engagement, increased community outreach, improved conservation monitoring. And this reflects a comprehensive, multidimensional approach to fisheries governance. Having reviewed our recent progress, I now turn to the Fisheries Resilience Program 2026. And this program is a structured response to engaging our sector challenges, including climate variability, aging fishing fleets, post-harvest losses, fish and reef pressures, and the need to align with blue economy objectives. The program is designed to strengthen fisheries sustainability, improve fishers' safety standards, enhance economic resilience, promote responsible marine resource management, support climate adaptation. And in essence, it is a forward-looking resilience strategy. On this slide, I will briefly outline how the Fisheries Resilience Program will be implemented throughout the year. The program is structured to deliver one major activity per month. Each activity is carefully designed to combine practical workshop, field deployment, technical training sessions, and stakeholders consultation. This ensures that implementation is not only policy-driven, but also action-oriented and result-based. Implementation will involve strong multi-agencies and stakeholder collaboration. Key partners including fish folk organization, dive operators and Coast Guard, training institutions, environmental agencies, and the Ministry of Agriculture. Each partner plays a special and specific operational and technical role, ensuring shared responsibility and sector-wide participation. Additionally, the implementation of the Vessel Monitoring System, or as we know it, VMS, has already commenced. However, full rollout will continue until the system is installed and operational on all registered vessels. This is a critical step towards strengthening compliance, improving monitoring, and enhancing maritime safety. Overall, collaboration remains central to the success of this program. By working collectively, we ensure improved cooperation, accountability, and long-term sustainability within training, fish pot construction workshops, and small engine repairs training. Each activity targeted and targets a specific variable or a specific sector in our area. By the end of 2026, we anticipate increased safety compliance, reduced reef fishing pressures, improved fish quality and higher market value, increased pelagic landings, and enhanced marine biodiversity, strengthen institutional relationships, and these outcomes aligned with the national development priorities. In conclusion, the Fisheries Resilient Program 2026 positions our fisheries sector for long-term sustainability, enhanced profitability, improved safety, and climate resilience. Ultimately, it strengthens public relation collaboration and support the fishers and the Federation's blue economic strategies. Thanks for your attention, and I look forward to continued partnership and collaboration as we work forward together, or we move forward together.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We will now move to the 2026 agenda presentations. I invite Mr. Alfonso Clark of the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning to all. And allow me to adopt the protocol which was so ably established. As was indicated, my name is Alfonso Clark, and I will be doing the 2026 Department of Agriculture Annual Planning. The picture before us is a picture that embodies everything that is agriculture. And we must always start with the youth. Here we have some preschoolers at our agriculture open day. For over a number of years, ever since I was a little boy, agriculture has had a stigma attached to it. And it was felt as though agriculture was for those persons who were not as fortunate as some of us to obtain an education. That stigma is now being removed because we recognize that there is smart agriculture. There are different areas in agriculture where we can perform different tasks without getting our hands dirty. And so we must always start with the youth. And you would recognize in my presentation, the youth will be forefront. The general objective for 2026 is to strengthen national food security and agricultural sustainability through increased production, improved regulatory enforcement, and enhanced farmer support services. There are a number of challenges that continue to plague the Department of Agriculture over the years. And in 2026, there is no different. However, whenever there are challenges, there are also opportunities. And we always look forward to taking full advantage of those opportunities. I believe Mr. Daniel Atherton and the minister would have had some knowledge of my presentation, because everything they spoke about, a lot of it, is what I'm going to present. They talk about climate conditions. We would have had some serious impact with our sweet potato tuberization. And we would have sought some help from, I think it's the World Vegetable Center. And so we are supposed to be getting some new variety, some new strain. Lack of vehicle at the department. We have just about 10 extension officers, about 5 in crops, 5 in livestock. And we have like 1.5 vehicle. So right away we recognize that is a challenge and a serious challenge. Because in order for extension officers to carry out their function and carry it out efficiently and effectively, we must have transportation available to them for them to use. Limited farmer engagement as a result of not having the transportation to go out in the field. We have limited farmer engagement through structured programs. And oftentimes what we find is that the market is flooded with the same commodity. Everybody going the same thing because of weather condition, everybody planting when it's rain, and so everybody will have the same commodity. We must have structured program in place to prevent this and to have a sustainable agricultural sector. Feral animal damage, it is said that over 75% of losses on the farm are as a result of feral animal, which will be wild pigs and monkeys. And we have an aging farming sector. Again, we go back to the youth. The youth are our future. And so there's an opportunity to tap into that once again. In 2026, we will definitely strengthen our farmers' engagement. Even though we have the challenges of lack of vehicle, we intend to increase our technical support. We are also going to incorporate the use of technology. So there are times when we might not be able to go out in the field, but we have technology that we can use to communicate and communicate effectively with our farmers. By doing so, it should definitely increase our farm visit. Again, youth involvement. I am passionate about youth involvement in agriculture. We would have had some farmer field school trials back in 2014, and those would have proved successful. For example, one of the commodities that we would have targeted back then would have been cabbage. And just from that farmer field school, we would have recognized that cabbage production increased by over 200%, where we actually stopped importing cabbages and just supply the market with local cabbages. This is where we want to go again, and this is where we will go again. We will continue, and I think Mr. Atherton spoke about some of the traditional crop. We must go back to our root crops. We have at our Forest Outreach Center, where we would have had planting material being available to our farmers to utilize. This will continue in 2026. It is important that we are being held accountable for our action and our stewardship. And so there will be monitoring systems in place to ensure that the work of our extension workers is monitored. I recall back in 2024, I think it was on the 5th of June, we had the Plant Protection Act being passed in our national parliament. This year, June, will make 2 years since then. What we would have been doing during this period of time is engaging our key stakeholders. It is very critical and important that whenever any new legislation being put, that our stakeholders are well informed of the rules and regulation of these new legislation. This will also strengthen our border control and inspection, pest and disease surveillance, improve quarantine measures, safeguard local production, and again, stakeholder education is critical. We would have been doing all the groundwork, and so we expect to have that piece of legislation put into force during 2026. Protected agriculture is another way to go, where we don't have to get our hands dirty in the soil. And we are going to complete 20 greenhouses down in the Newton Ground area. This, of course, will increase our year-round vegetable production, improve climate resilience, reduce crop losses from extreme weather conditions, and it is definitely a sustainable path to food production. I think it was back in the mid-2020s, we would have constructed about 42 greenhouses. These greenhouses were placed on farmers' farms for them to manage. Today, as we stand, we have just about 5 of these greenhouses being functional. We recognize that we cannot continue down that path. And so what we have decided to do is to create greenhouse villages around the entire island, but starting off in Newton Ground with the first 20 thereabout. So these greenhouses will be leased to our farmers. And so if a farmer decided that he no longer wishes to utilize the greenhouse, you turn it back over to the Department of Agriculture, or Agriculture will then take it from the farmer if the farmer is not productive, because we will have measures in place to ensure the type of commodities that are needed are grown in these greenhouses and that they are fully functional. And so we can always lease these greenhouses to farmers who are serious about food production. As was indicated, about 75% of food losses is said to due to feral animals, specifically pigs and monkeys. And so for 2026, we would have reestablished our feral control unit. We would have reactivated our 24/7 field operations. So we have officers who are assigned in the field for 24 hours. We would have held collaboration with our key stakeholders for the year already, and we will continue to do so in 2026. Of course, with every system, every program that is being put in place, there must be structure to monitor to make sure that these systems that are operating the way they are supposed to be operating. It is our intention to decrease farm damages by some 20%. I believe that this goal is one that is achievable, and based on the results that we would have seen in the past, we should achieve this with pretty much ease. Here we have the crop forecast estimates for 2026. There are some 14 commodities here, and most of these commodities are part of our 25 by 30 agenda. However, there are two specific commodities, which will be cabbage and onions, that are on the list that we are not doing too well with. All of the other commodities, we are pretty much meeting our annual target as we move towards 2030. It simply means that we have to do additional work in relation to the cabbage production and the onion production. One of the things that has been plaguing us and plaguing our farmers when it comes to the cabbage production is the diamondback moth, DBM. I recall back in 2019, we had a crop of about 3,000 heads of cabbages. And during one weekend, the entire crop was wiped out by the DBM. And so farmers have to, whenever there is cabbage farmer, they have to monitor the crop almost every day to make sure that it is pest-free. So based on what I would have presented in relation to the crop, the expected outcomes for 2026 would be, of course, to increase our crop production, improve our farmer income, because at the end of the day, once crops yield are increased, farmers will make more money, which will be able to circulate in the economy. Reduce losses, farm losses. Some of the losses are also post-harvest loss. One of the things that we would have done, we would have procured some reefer containers to expand our storage capacity. These containers will be commissioned during 2026, as they are already in place. It's just for the final connection. And then we are good to go with increasing our storage capacity. Stronger regulatory framework, and I spoke about the Quarantine Act, and enhanced export potential. We have some of the best soil here in St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Kitts specifically. And I think it's one of the speakers said that we used to export almost everything, even donkeys. I don't know about the donkeys, but I know about a number of the fruits and vegetables. And so in 2026, that will be our aim once again. I move now to the livestock area, and the priority areas for livestock is to improve animal health and production, disease management, knowledge increase and transfer, and marketing and industry development. For 2026, our target is to produce between 15,000 and 20,000 day-old chicks. I believe that we are well on our way to accomplish this goal. It is not impossible. I believe since the inception, which would have been back in 2024 to date, we would have produced over 13,000 day-old chicks to supply to our farmers and the region. We continue to support our poultry farmers with training, and this will be ongoing in 2026. Support regional trade for agricultural, support regional agricultural trade. This is something that we can capitalize on. We have a number of close-by countries that do not have the capacity that we do. And so it's a market for us to tap into, which we are tapping into. We would have seen steady growth in poultry production. And for 2026, I think it was Dr. Kofi Sylvester who did the review from 2025, said that we would have exported 500 chicks. 500 chicks. Yeah, we exported 500 chicks to Central Station. And for this year, we would have already exported 500 chicks to St. Martin. So we're on the right path. Based on our production estimate, between 15 and 30,000, and 20,000, sorry, we're expecting to export 30% of that, of our production. Breeding and genetic improvement, genetic livestock. We are going to establish structured breeding units at our Beaufort's Livestock Center of Excellence. We already have most of the infrastructure in place already. We are doing some final preparation. Currently, we have bovine at the facility, and we are hoping to add swine and small ruminant. We also have the small ruminant infrastructure material, which I believe that this year we will be able to install those at the facility. And definitely we will strengthen national livestock production capacity. Beaufort, as I am told, in its glory days, was a center where production was king for the entire country, which includes St. Kitts and Nevis, and we look forward to getting it back to that stage. We have a staff, a dedicated staff working there daily. The facility was run down, and we would have done significant amount of work to bring it back to where Beaufort's Livestock Center of Excellence should be. Animal housing and infrastructure. We will promote semi-intensive production system, raise flooring for improved hygiene and drainage, design quarantine and treatment area, establish biosecurity enhancement across facilities. The image before us is an image of the type of facility that we are going to construct for our small ruminant. And those are the same material that I said we already have in our possession. It's just to construct the facility. Disease prevention and management. We're going to strengthen our disease surveillance. And this will be a critical component of our extension officers and also the vet team. We're going to conduct routine herd initiatives, improve biosecurity protocols, and conduct farmer awareness. In the past, we would have partnered with Ross University, and we intend to partner with them even more as we try to bring Beaufort's back on stream. Training and capacity building. In order for the sector to advance, we must always have training, capacity building. No one individual knows all information. No one individual is an island by himself. And so training will play a critical role in 2026 for us, both in equipment use, breeding techniques and scheduling, youth engagement and internship, and knowledge transfer initiative. We would have partnered with CFBC, where we usually have interns. Here we have a picture with some of them, and that will continue in 2026. Marketing and industry development. It is our intention to conduct meat promotional events during 2026. This is something that we would have done during our Eat Local event, which is usually hosted in June annually, where we'll have it in the Independence Square. The hope is that to move Eat Locally from the Independence Square to our agricultural site over on the Kim Collins Highway, because we feel as though this event would have gone over the years and it's now time for it to have its home outside of Independence Square. Market promotion of rabbit meat. Rabbit is a good substitute for protein. It was just last week, a colleague of mine would have bought some rabbit for me. And I must tell you, it was tasty. And as a marketer, this is definitely something that I will be promoting in terms of substitute. We would have also done extensive work with Aika, Ms. Jones, in terms of promoting rabbit as a substitute for our protein intake. We will continue to support and strengthen our broiler industry. I believe that our layer industry is well established, and so now we move on to the next phase of our broiler industry. Based on our importation bill, we recognize that our import bill is just about 66% of meat, and chicken has a large percentage of that. So that is our opportunity for us to tap into by tapping into our broiler industry. Export of table eggs. With our facility producing over between 15 and 20,000, this also provides us and provide our farmers. When I say us, I am talking about the Department of Agriculture and our farmers. The Department of Agriculture do not produce eggs, but our farmers. We facilitate the chicks to our farmers so they don't have to import them from Barbados or Miami. And so we believe that the time is ripe for us to export eggs. Usually, only December time, we cannot supply the demand for table eggs. During the rest 11 months of the year, we have sufficient eggs that we even have a surplus of eggs. Sometimes we have to store them at our facility. So it's time for us to tap into our export markets. The livestock production estimate, as was indicated before, we have some challenges with our mutton and goat meat. The vet will tell you that the challenge is one that is not an easy fix, but we will continue to work assiduously to ensure that if we don't meet our target, we are very close to meeting our target. Some of the outcomes for the livestock will be improved livestock genetic and productivity, enhanced national meat and egg production, increased farmer participation and youth involvement, strengthen export capacity, improve our agricultural food system. And again, we go back to the youth as the cornerstone. It is important to involve our youth in every aspect of agriculture from the very tender age of preschool right up to CFBC and in the job market. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Mr. Clark for that comprehensive overview. I now call on the CEO of the Medicinal Cannabis Authority, Nadev Mills.
Pleasant good morning to one and all. Nadev Mills, CEO of the Medicinal Cannabis Authority. I will be giving you a brief outlook of the Medicinal Cannabis Authority's plans and events for the year. Please bear with me, this is my first time, so it might be a little different from the format you're usually accustomed to. Okay, so this is the goals for the Medicinal Cannabis Authority for the year of 2026. We want to fully establish a medicinal cannabis industry in St. Kitts and Nevis. This would include the establishment of a network of authorized doctors. These will be people that can prescribe or recommend medicinal cannabis. We want to start issuing the patient IDs and business license, people that are interested in having any type of business in the industry, cultivators, dispensaries, lounges, transportation businesses, that type of stuff. We want to launch the national seed to sale system. That's basically a tracking system based, as soon as the plant is germinated, we put a tag on it with a specific ID that can be traced all the way up to sale. It will provide accountability and safety within the industry. We want to acquire some testing devices because it is required by law, and we want to promote safety within the industry. And then we want to expand education and capacity building, making sure there's no confusion or misconceptions in the industry. So how we plan to do all of this, and especially fitting with the team, empowering themes and improving systems, is through a cannabis cup. This will be used as basically a funnel for us to identify the best talent and then steer them onto the pathway for legitimacy. So we plan to spend probably about $84,000. I know it sounds like a lot, but it includes the testing device as well. So the cannabis cup would allow us to, relay the standards that we want in the industry, promote the GACP, which is the good agricultural practices, and GMP, which is good manufacturing practices that will be necessary within this industry. As I said, it would allow us to funnel like the winners of different segments into the licensing pipeline and become the first adopters. We would also conduct workshops in these standards that we require locally and internationally. And then it would also serve as a transparent rollout so that no one can say like, okay, it's just a select few getting this opportunity. The ones that do well in the competition will, of course, assist them with licensing. So this is the structure of the Cannabis Cup. We'll have best flower in indoor, foreign genetics, and local genetics. The thought process behind of this is that if we identify the best local genetics, then we could use this as a way to market the country. When we go out and meet with different investors, we can let them know, like, this is what we're working with, and they can use our genetics to develop hybrids for other markets, Canada and Europe, for example. It also provides an opportunity for us, as I said, to relate to the participants, the safety and quality protocols, which they would have to adhere to in the legal market. We'll also give an award for best sustainable and farming practices. That's maybe like using seaweed, compost, using solar panels and solar energy for grow lights, that type of stuff. So this is basically the timeline. We want to get the registration and flyers out there as soon as possible. Hopefully by the end of the month we could have them out there, and then we'll have registration open for the entire month of March. That's when we get a list of participants, people that are interested, we'll start conducting the GACP and GMP workshops. Hopefully we could partner with the Department and Ministry of Agriculture and get some type of training as well. We're seeking to consult with Dr. Marshall Emmanuel, who was here in the beginning of the year, as he has some connections in Jamaica that can help with that type of training as well. And then these workshops will be bi-weekly or every month, just depending on how many presenters we get. And then this is just the timeline continuing. We'll start collecting samples in May, and then have testing for it with the device that we will be purchasing. We'll run ads for this testing because we will offer it to the general public. You can come in at any time and test your samples, because remember, every adult is allowed to grow 5 plants and possess up to 2 ounces. So you could come into the authority at any time and have your cannabis that you grow personally for personal use tested to see the cannabinoids, the terpene profile, the water content, all that type of stuff. And then we'll just continue to have the final education push into June. And then the cup itself, which we want to have either the 11th or the 18th. So then after the event, we'll have the wrap up. We'll review how the economics were, like the economic impact of the whole cannabis cup. We'll try to create some partnerships with the winners, as I said, connect them with investors and different breeders in different regions, letting them to know like, the genetics that we have and seeing how they could partner to develop these even further. And then this is just another event. This is the Berlin International Cannabis Business Conference, which is one of the largest and longest serving cannabis business conferences in Europe. This is an event where we can go and tell them, okay, we have a cup winner here from St. Kitts. It is sativa genetics. They don't have these things in Europe. So then they can use that and try to develop it more and offer it to their markets. Through licensing, testing, and sales, we expect to generate $804,000. These is the expenditures that we expect in this year. Staffing, we plan to expand our staffing. Right now it's just me, the CEO, a clerk, and a messenger. We'd have to build out a compliance department for sure. I would have to get inspectors, and we'd also need to get a shipping specialist if we're going to the international shipping. The research and cannabis cup, the figure is big because it also includes the testing machine. These are some other capital investments, the national seed-to-sale system, which is required by law, and then just office stuff. The strategic priorities for 2026 is basically to achieve full regulatory coverage, which means that we are monitoring and controlling all aspects of medicinal cannabis, making sure that we establish all the testing machines and parameters that are necessary, and then to build these regional and international partnerships, as I said, with Europeans and Canadians who might be wanting to develop our local genetics. And then to also just to clear up the messaging as it relates to cannabis, because there are two pieces of legislation that relates to cannabis: the Rastafarian Rights and Recognition, which is the freedom of consciousness, which allows you to plant your 5 plants and possess 2 ounces. That is separate from medicinal cannabis, which has to be prescribed by an authorized doctor. So just clean up that message. That's a priority for 2026. So then the financial outlook after all the expenses and the revenue, hoping to have a surplus of 88,000, and then we'll reinvest it into the authority, as I said, building out the shipping department for sure, the compliance department, and that type of stuff. We want to have an industry that is sustainable, that can employ many people for many years. So that is the goal of the authority, pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Mills for that comprehensive outlook. We will now open the floor for discussions. I invite participants to share their comments, questions, and recommendations as we work together to strengthen the sector. I invite back to the head table the Permanent Secretary, the Director, the CEO. Anyone else? And the representative for Marine Resources, Ms. Brown. The floor is open to questions, comments. Mike.
Hello. Good morning to everybody. My name is Leon Anthony. I am a crop farmer. I live at Stapleton Village, St. Peters, where my farm is 5 acres at O'Gee's Village. I have a problem with a disease that's going out right now that's affecting coconut trees. So I want to know if anybody have any plans put in place so that we can help counteract that disease that's going on right now. Number two, I'm not hearing not much on the Tabasco peppers, so I want to know how that is going on right now, which will be a good initiative going forward for our country. Number three, farmers have been complaining about land preparation, seeds, insecticide. So I just want to know if there been an increase in crop production for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
Hello, yes, good morning. Craig Tuckett, an agriculturist. I have my farm at Church Gut in St. Paul's. It's a partnership between myself and Mr. Herbert. First, let me congratulate the department for pulling off another annual planning and year and review for this year. I think that it's something that needs to be encouraged, and we need to do our best to encourage the farmers and the fishers to be present because this information is important for them. So the extension officers need to become more active to ensure that this building is filled up with farmers and fishers and not just the persons who are working in the department. But that's just one suggestion. Let me work from the back. I think, Mr. CEO, that there needs to be an increase for the constitutional right of Rastafarians, because if you really know Rastafarians and you know the use of the sacred marijuana, 2 ounces, nothing. I think it was ill-advised. I don't know who came up with that idea to give 2 ounces and 5 trees. But if you understand Rastafarianism, they use the sacred plant daily. And so if we really want to talk about constitutional consciousness and their rights, that needs to be increased to about 5 pounds. And see, that's why I know we're not serious about it, because we laugh about it. That's when I know we are not serious about it. And I'm not a Rastafarian, but I am just someone who's conscious. Rastafarians use marijuana every day. 2 ounces is a joke. It seems as though it's a disrespect to them, but we say we do something for them. So I'll let you come to that. So that's just one point. I think the government needs to reassess that act. I don't know if the Rastas are getting an opportunity to really address this issue, but I will do it for them. That is a joke. That's one. 2, we need to encourage dairy production again. As the Deputy Director of our Department of Agriculture has said, Bearford's in its glory days was great. We used to get milk, we used to get citrus fruits, oranges. We need to get back to that. So too much we have kind of focused on the meat production but not dairy production. So I'd like to encourage the department to look at that as well. And finally, we talk about rabbits and how sweet rabbit meat is. Then we need to promote monkeys too. Because if we're not going to kill them, they're going to kill us. And they don't start to kill us. We give too much mouth service to the control of the monkey pest. It's affecting our economy, it's affecting our sector, and we need to look at various ways to control it. And so, as a source of protein as it is, and many persons have said who have ate it, I ate it once when I was small, and it tasted like chicken. But I don't understand why we move from monkey to rabbits. We need to go back to monkeys, because they're smart. When they start to realize Basenkis people start to eat them, they might go to Nevis or swim across the pond. The point is, we need to put that as a strategy as well in terms of the monkey control. That's my 3 points.
Hi, good morning, Lindbergh Bell, School Farm. Good afternoon, sorry, Lindbergh Bell, School Farm, Ministry of Education. My contribution is in 3 parts, and it covered 3 presentations or 3 persons that presented earlier. Particularly most important to me is the part that was spoken by Sean about the youth involvement. I appreciate that he's passionate. I'm very happy to hear that. So I would like him to elaborate a bit in terms of what initiatives we'll be looking forward to coming for 2026, in terms of what we're going to be doing, particularly with the youths and particularly the students, not only from CFB, but at the high school and primary and younger level in terms of the agriculture. The second part comes from I think it was the initial presenter where he spoke about seed bank and new supply of plant materials. If we can get a bit of more information about that in terms of what we'll be expecting and what crops we're looking at. And my final part is about the broiler production. We already have established layer production in terms of chicks coming out. And I think maybe 2 of the presenters spoke directly about 60% and higher of the protein or the meat we are consuming comes from poultry. So if we have such a high production or consumption here, when or how urgent will we be seeing we producing our own broilers here in St. Kitts so we can offset that high imports? The last part, I think Yellow spoke to that already about the update about the Tabasco pepper, so I will leave that part for him. That's what we're looking at, and that's what I hope I can get some clarification on.
Okay, we're going to pause and have some questions answered, and then we'll take 3 more questions.
Thank you very much for all the questions. Starting with our farmer, Yellow, you mentioned about the coconut disease that is affecting you. I'll allow that question to be answered by the Director Versailles.
Okay, as you are aware, lethal yellowing, that is what the disease is called, lethal yellowing, came into St. Kitts some years back, and it has devastated the coconut industry. It is actually a virus, and once the coconut tree gets that virus, you really cannot do anything about it but destroy that coconut tree. So what we have done over the years are that we are bringing in more tolerant varieties towards the lethal yellowing. There is no resistant variety, so we bring coconut that is more tolerant. We are hoping that our Creole varieties, the yellow coconut, stands up. Seems like it is standing up a lot more, and that is what we're encouraging to plant. I think last year or year before, the Department of Agriculture would have imported something around 4,000 coconut trees and distribute them across the island. So we continue to look to that in terms of the coconut trees and try to see if we can continue our expansion of the tolerant varieties. And hopefully they become a lot more tolerant and up to the point of resistant to that lethal yellowing. But for the moment, it's just to observe and try and continue to see how we can put that product outside. I hope that addresses your point. And I know you're a major coconut farmer. Along with that, I think there are about 6 major coconut farmers that really feeling the serious effects of lethal yellowing.
Thank you, Director. A question was posed about the update on the Tabasco farm. I could tell you today that the farm is going forward. We more or less have renamed it the SK Nature Farm, and that's because we are also doing intercropping on the farm as well, right? It is just about 100 acres, right, that will be cultivated in the area of Kayan Hermitage, sorry. And what has been done there, fencing work has been done. At the moment, they are constructing propagation houses and sheds there, bathrooms, so that the staff can use there. And we also started the work in terms of putting down the ground mulch so that, you know, we could start prepare for cultivation, planting, and so on, all right? However, I'm going to also, just to get some more depth into what is happening there, I would also like Dr. Stanley, the advisor. He's also the lead of the project. If he could chime in and just add some more information to bring more clarity.
Hello? Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good afternoon. The PS has really said it all, you know. That is what is going on there. We are actually putting in the infrastructure. There is no planting at the moment. It was just yesterday, I think he signed the RFQ for irrigation pumps. We're trying also to get an irrigation specialist to do the field design for the farm. And as he rightly said, the Tabasco in itself, we will not see the type of revenues exclusively from Tabasco. But what we will do is to intercrop, and in rotation also, we'll have other crops, so that in a year, we will have significant revenue from, let's say, 10 acres an acre, if you want to look at it on a unit size. So maybe in a couple months' time, we will begin planting once we will have all the infrastructure in. And so we are hoping that all of that will happen in short time. We have had some challenges, I think I can say that here, with regards to theft of the posts and so forth. And we have had to put security, and we have had some incidents last Friday. Can also say here, shots were fired, and we hope that would be a deterrent for persons who consistently, because we had over 100 posts being stolen from the farm. Sticks that were driven into the ground were uprooted and taken away. There is one arrest, you might have seen it on Facebook or wherever, there one person has been arrested. So let that be a warning that we will not tolerate people going and taking what is not theirs. If I may respond to a question asked by Mr. Tuckett, since
sure.
I was around with the Barefoot Farms. To say it briefly, milk is tied up in food aid, right? The production cost of milk and the operational cost of a dairy far exceeds what you can do milk for. And so going back into milk is not advisable, at least in St. Kitts and Nevis. It's not advisable. Particularly even in Bayfords, the water quality was not suitable for milk, even though we did milk there for a number of years, and for the processing plant. So I would not advise us going back into milk production, put very simple.
Thank you very much, Advisor Dr. Stanley. Farmer Yellow, you did pose a third question, but I was not able to record it at the time, but if you want to re-express it, that would be good for us.
Yeah, I was just saying, hello? I was just saying farmers have been complaining about land preparation, seeds, and insecticides. I just want to know if we had an increase in crop production for 2025.
Okay. Thank you, Yellow, if you don't mind me calling you that. Right? And the straight answer to that is yes. We intend to have an increase in production. If you realize, we have brought back 2 of our operators in terms of getting the land preparation done a lot faster and a more timely manner for the farmers. Everything we are doing going forward is going to be structured. Here, the deputy would have spoken and then structured. We want to make sure that the rollout of the land prep is more efficient. So we want more lands cultivated. We want to increase production across the island, but not only production, we want to make sure that we have the market to supplement that production. So if we're asking you to produce 50,000, we want to be able to absorb that 50,000. So we want it to be strategically done. We don't just want to just roll out and produce, and then at the end of the day, you don't have a place to supply. You don't have a place to sell your produce. Because tomorrow, you're going to hear it on Facebook that you are producing, but we can't supply. So we want to make sure both of them run hand in hand, because that is the objective of food security. Not just produce, not just to make it available, but make it accessible for every single person. I want to roll off to the question that Mr. Bell, forgive me, Mr. Bell asked about the youth involvement. And yes, at the Department of Agriculture, we are extremely passionate about youth involvement. We understand agriculture starts at its foundation, and its foundation is children. School children, preschool, starting there, growing up. If people understand what they go, what they consume, they become more passionate about what it is that we are actually investing inside of our bodies. The chronic diseases, again, can be eliminated by what we consume. And who's best to actually begin that path? Our students. And we are not just working with CFB students. CFB students are more mature, and we're expecting them to step immediately into the agricultural sector. But we have also reached out to the high schoolers, because I think just next month, we have a number of students being attached to the Department of Agriculture in terms of job investment, job searching. So we are actually working with, I think, Bastia High, Sadler's High School, Sandy Point High School would have already sent invitations to have some of their school students attached to the Department of Agriculture. Not just that, because where we stand, we're actually rolling out as well with the youth groups. I have reached out to the scout leader, I think he's here, Mr. Sanders, Clive Sanders, in terms of involving the young persons inside. There is a plot of land that we have here at the Needmos location that we want to turn it into a youth center in terms of agriculture. So you will have a place where young persons can actually come, train, camp, where agriculture is concerned, because this is a serious thing. Yes, we are here involved, but we need to get more young persons involved. We need to become more specialized in some of the areas if we are truly to make a difference and leave an everlasting impact in the lives of our people. Remember, the only resource we have here in this federation is our people. So which means then we must invest in our people. Invest in our people means investing in our nutrition, investing in the farmers from day one moving forward. Mr. Advisor Stanley would have spoke about the beer foods, so I think that is right on point. With the monkey, yes, we have started the feral program, and we have intensified it. 24/7, we have the off-feral unit now in the field 24/7, because it must bring immediate relief to the farmers. Farmers must understand that we are working hand in hand. The meat is one. A number of persons may have some challenges in terms of the consumption of the meat. It is very nutritious. Monkey diet, Doc, if I must say. It's mainly vegetables, so which means the protein, the meat is real good for consumption. But we're actually going to take another route as well, because animal feed, dog feed, we're looking to process that said monkey meat for dog meat. Right? So we really want to work and roll it out as best as we could. But the relief, first and foremost, is to bring immediate relief to the farmers in terms of the destruction. Monkeys are very destructive. Pigs are extremely destructive. Now, I can speak also as a farmer, because I do bees, I do fruit trees, and I can tell you that I cannot get one banana from any of my banana trees, because monkey is actually taking everything. And if I am feeling it, imagine the man now who depends on the sale of his banana, the sale of his produce, to gain a living. So we must work hand in hand, and it must be fast, and it must be effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I would also like to add, as we touch on the topic about land preparation, not only that we're looking to increase the number of tractor operators so that we have enough staff to go forward and get our lands prepped, but the Ministry of Agriculture is looking very strong in terms into acquiring a new fleet of tractors, heavy equipment, because we believe that at this point in time, we can't be having tractors breaking on every minute, slowing up the work, right? But we believe that if we could have tractors and other equipment, right, that are in good, conditions, new, that we're able to consistently for a number of years assist with land preparation and also fixing the farm roads, which is also a big issue. The farm roads, people having difficulties accessing the roads. Another thing is that I had the experience on our farm visit in December, where we visited a number of farms, especially those at high elevation. And while we're in those 4x4, it was an experience. You're going up and down like you're hitting the roof of the vehicle because the roads are bad. The roads are bad, rainfall, washing out the roads, etc. So immediately after that, once I had that experience, and also having discussions with other farmers who expressed that these farm roads needs fixing, and that we need to in some way help our farmers in terms of getting parts for the vehicles. We went ahead, we contacted the Ministry of Finance, and we said, listen, our farmers can no longer have to experience such poor roads and cannot have the access to duty-free and other concessions on their vehicle parts. All right, so we have gone ahead and implemented that our farmers now can apply for vehicle parts, farm vehicle parts, for your tractors, other equipment, and your trucks and so on, your 4x4, that you can apply for parts, and the Ministry of Finance will approve of it. Okay, so that is one way we have gone ahead to assist our farmers with helping them to reduce the expense on the operations. Thanks.
Sorry. Yes. One more point that somebody asked about the broiler industry. And yes, our intention is to expand the BFO's hatchery. There are sections there also that we are looking towards the increase in broiler production. So just now, by the end of this year, you would realize that we would have made significant steps in terms of increasing that broiler production. We had a small unit down at the Beerfords, the abattoir, that we are hoping to get more up to date and, what must I say, more in tune in terms of where we're going and the direction that we're going for the meat production.
Thank you very much, Director Versailles. I will now have the CEO, Mr. Mills, to answer the question from Mr. Tuckett about cannabis.
Yes, Mr. Tuckett, thank you for your contribution. But just to shed some light, the Cannabis Act 2020 is what the Medicinal Cannabis Authority is under. We have the authority to create a medicinal cannabis industry. What you're referring to with the 2 ounces and 5 plants is the Rastafarian Rights and Recognition Act, which is under the Ministry of Ecclesiastical Affairs. So just to shed some clarity there, I do agree with you that the quantity is pretty small. However, the Rastas do have the right to cultivate an unlimited amount of cannabis on their holy grounds and possess an unlimited amount as well. We're meeting with them next month, the Ecclesiastical Affairs and the Drug Abuse Council, so that we could shape our messaging and try to align it so that there's no confusion. But as it stands now, there's 2 acts that has to do with cannabis: the Rastafarian Rights and Recognition, and then the Cannabis Act 2020. It is separate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mills.
Yes, okay, good. I am Glenville Leader, Chief Environmental Health Officer acting. I have several concerns. First of all, let me congratulate the Ministry of Agriculture on their achievement 2025 and wish them the very best for 2026 and beyond. Tagging of animals, when are we going to that? I am getting a lot of complaints at the health department where animals are being knocked down, so to speak, by vehicle, and we at the Ministry of Health having to expel large amount of money to bury them. It's really not our responsibility, but solid waste. But we get a call all the time, and in the interest of health, we have to do something about it. But the reality, it is the farmer's responsibility to remove the same. So if the animal is tagged, we'll be able to know who to go to. In the absence of that, we're having a lot of issues with trade animals, creating problems. So we expend over $60,000+ every year to bury animals. And so we would like that to be addressed. Next issue, animal farms are being placed in housing area. I have 3 matters in the court as I speak. People are complaining that the animals are some poultry farms. We had one in Challengers just the other day. You could see a drone was circulated, so the people of Challengers need attention. And we cannot continue. The time is now for zoning. Whatever we have to do, we cannot, because it is in breach of a public health law that say you cannot be a quarter mile within a village, and the villages are stipulated. So I am hoping that the Agriculture Health Department can look and discuss with the planning unit areas that are designated in the interest of all, and fair and just, because none of us want to be next to a poultry farm, and when the wind blows, we cannot sleep. Some people have respiratory illnesses, and we have to, even though we are promoting food security as a must, we still have to look out for the health and safety, as the gentleman would have spoken, your key speaker this morning. We have a One Health approach, which I am happy that is initiated with Dr. Sylvester and your planned quarantine person with the Chief Medical Officer, myself, to deal with food safety issue. That is welcome. I'm hoping that is something that we can strengthen going forward to look at the issues. 4th, coconut vendors. One of the biggest problems in health department. People are disposing their coconut over at the aquifer. If you go there now, that's a big problem. They are selling here and leaving their coconut shells there for a whole week. Just take a drive, go across by the airport when you're going to Monkey Hill. You're going to see what I'm speaking about. Take a drive up by the Agro Strip. Those empty jelly now collect water and breed mosquito. And most of the diseases that happens in St. Kitts and Nevis comes from zoonotic, from animal to man. And we have to control them. We understand that some of them get import permits to bring in coconut in containers. And so they were meeting with your farmer peers to address that matter, because the application has to come to health. Now, the only designated area for disposal is the Solid Waste Management Agency. And so we are going to be ensure that the coconut vendors, first of all, they can show us a receipt that they have disposed of their waste there. They cannot be defacing people's property and left unattended. That is a problem for health. In terms of food handlers permit, please emphasize that. The law says everybody engaged in selling food, whether you are a farmer, must have a food handler's permit, because if somebody gets sick, I've heard a lot here about food security, but I've not heard enough about food safety. You could have all the food in the world. If it's not safe, it means nothing. Our bill at the hospital, healthcare is very important to us. And last but not least, the market is underutilized. For whatever reason, health department gets a lot of complaints from traffic. Everybody now coming out of the market, going to the side of the road to sell their produce. I know people want to be competitive. That is all right. But if the market is designated for that, tourism complained just last week, Thursday, we had a senior management meeting with tourism about the vendors on the street. And we have a market that is empty. I don't know what can be done. I don't have the solutions here because everybody have to be competitive. But what happens to us now, a lot of food stuff get in the drain, block up the culverts. People saying they cannot traverse. The traffic saying it's a traffic offense. Tourism saying it's unsightly. Tourists cannot pass. So I am saying that we need to get a collective approach to dealing with these problems in the interest of all of us. We're in it together. Also the agro strip. The agro strip going up by TDC, that is a big contentious issue to health, and it's going to be expanded now to include a L shape, go right up by the park by Newtown. And so I was told that falls under sustainable development, but I was privy to a meeting they had to be registered by agriculture prior under Mr. Collins ran to be there, that are not Independence Square Street. At that time, they were removing everybody from the streets. But they need some oversight. I had to get them to put a toilet. You see 2 toilets there now? Because the law says you cannot sell from 50 feet from a toilet facility. So I'm hoping collectively we can address. I'm not pointing any fingers. I feel it's my obligation to point out the issues that we have been facing on health at the health department, because we have to take the matters to court. We can't say, no, if you make a complaint, we have to address the same. So I'm thanking you for inviting me here to this forum so that we can discuss the challenge. Now, it's not an easy fix, don't get me wrong, but we have to start somewhere. Please, we really have to start somewhere. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. Yeah, my name is Bronte Tucker, Cardi. Just to add to what Mr. Clark would have said as to the department bringing in some strains of sweet potatoes, Cardi, in association with ICA, is presently carrying out different research with sweet potato. In November, we brought in a team from UE Cave Hill, and we did some sampling on different farmers' farms. We did extraction of DNA at the plant diagnostic lab, right? And then this was sent off to Ewing Cave Hill for virus testing. So we presently awaiting those results, and we would continue to work with the Department of Agriculture with improving production of sweet potato in St. Kitts, right? We also recently did import permit for coconuts, right? So when that arrived, we would partner with the Department of Agriculture for the distribution of those coconuts, coconut seeds, that is, right? Water jelly nuts to farmers, right? So just to let everyone know, Cardi is presently working hard to continue to improve agriculture in St. Kitts and Nevis, also working with association with the Department of Agriculture. And we are here for any questions and any help that we can provide for farmers, okay?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Terence DeCosta, and I'm a livestock farmer. And so most of my comments and questions and concerns would surround livestock production. But first, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Agriculture and Bill with respect to beef. So when you look at these three things I just presented, number one, we are losing our grazing lands. We are underproducing beef in St. Kitts. I am yet to hear what is being done to reverse these two events. What can we do? I would like to suggest one, create more educational programs to farmers. Let them understand what it means to have a certain number of livestock and not beyond. Because in the long run, you might end up having a lot of livestock with no land to feed them. Most of us, we depend on what we call natural grazing, and we depend on rainfall. Climate change is affecting that. So it's all in a circle. What do we do? Two things I would like to suggest. And one of it is in line with what the Permanent Secretary has said. The ministry is in the process, or they are going to, whichever one, buy new equipment. But most of what has been referenced is for the roads, repairs and maintenance, and the land preparation. And when I hear land preparation, my question is, are you only referring to crop production? When you give out lands to farmers for livestock production, is there a need for land preparation? I think so. So what I would like to suggest, number one, increase the equipment, but make sure that they can also assist livestock farmers. Number two, reclaim some of the forested areas we have in St. Kitts. Don't infringe upon the environmental laws. There is a lot of lands, and I'm not afraid to say it, that has been overcome by forestation. Some of it also as a result of overgrazing. And we know that overgrazed lands do not produce enough for the animals in the long run. Second suggestion, St. Kitts, we boast that our soil is one of the best in the Caribbean, if not the best. And we say St. Kitts is beautiful. And when we are driving through the land, we see all the greenery. And we boast in that. But yet we are crying out in meetings like these that production is at a low. What are we doing with these lands? I can tell you for myself. I have applied for expansion as a livestock farmer. And I say this with humility, in every aspect, I was declined. And it hurts. I received a letter from the ministry saying, we acknowledge receipt of your request and your letter. At this point in time, we have no lands available. Should lands become available in the future, we will notify you. So am I blind? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I went as far to Whitegate 4 times because I love the greenery for livestock purposes, not just for the view. I was told the lands are there for investors when they come. Well, I did this, and see what I did. But am I not an investor? Aren't farmers investors? If we really want livestock production, and I'm speaking specifically for cattle, or what we call beef and mutton, I am suggesting open up the same areas that you are going to put those greenhouses here. You know where that is? Mountainside, all greenery for years. And you know what happens every year? Fire burns. But if they are utilized, they're not going to burn. Fire don't burn green grass. They only burn the dry ones, and the green get caught up in between. So, my suggestions, I hope you have noted them. That's just questions in terms of some of the things you have said. Choice cuts at the abattoir. When will choice cuts begin at the abattoir? That's one. You made mention of improving the breed and genetics of the animals. But nothing was mentioned specifically about cattle, sheep, goat. So I'm asking for clarity and a little more explanation or input or dissemination of information. What is the intention of the Ministry, the Department of Agriculture, when it says improving genetics and breed of livestock? Specifically, what does that mean? And with that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you so much for all of the contributions. And we'll start responding or making a comment in connection to the Chief Health Officer. Versailles.
You mentioned a couple of questions about livestock. So I was hinting that I wanted Kofi to give some responses pertaining to the area.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, it's been a long day. So I have noted here the loss of grazing land and underproducing of beef and the improving of the livestock breed. Now we've, at the department, looked at the various challenges that we are facing. I know definitely that we've accustomed to a number of our breeding solutions, and we've looked at different ways of importation. We do have to do this looking at finances as well, and we've realized that one, it cannot all be shouldered by the department, and we have tried to partner with farmers, but the cost is mounting. And therefore, with the department moving forward, we have looked at establishing things that we have begun to put in place and finalizing them or finishing them. One among them is the fabricated goat housing that is scheduled to be erected this 2026 at the Bayford Livestock Center of Excellence, which will be coupled by the stocking of it with purebred animals that will be bred by the department, and those offspring will be then sold to farmers for the improvement of their livestock genetics. As we've realized that, one, technical expertise lies within the department, and therefore for a breeding program of that, with animals that are of that tender nature, it may be better managed, one, at the department or by the department, and the offspring of that be put forward. So we have sustainability as the center and the stock keeps reproducing and producing that stock, and then we put that out into there. So that's one for small ruminants. Beef, as we have begun in the year 2026, is positioning the same livestock center into artificial insemination. I'm confident and glad to say that we have already begun with a partnership with the Ross University of Veterinary School and their bovine club. And the first step would have been in assessing the breeding animals that are at Bayfords. So we just concluded a breeding season, and we know if you're doing cows, you want that interval that you're looking for is 1 calf per year. As we concluded our breeding season at the end of December, in February, early February, we did reproductive assessments. Assessed animals were cycling, back to healthy, and that is going to be addition 1 with a beginning of artificial insemination at the center. And with successful completion of that, we'll then roll that out into the public space for artificial insemination as well. So that's one for small ruminants and also for beef projected for 2026. Pigs is also still on the agenda and also something that we are ready to line out. The department has acquired a piggery at the same Livestock Center of Excellence, and that is also going to be one completed, then also restocked, and that's going to be a breeding unit that is also going to be producing sucklings or wean lambs, wean piglets for farmers to grow out. The department is also going to demonstrate how we do it. So we won't just send all the young ones out into the farming community. The department would also demonstrate how we grow young ones out. The center is proposed to be something that farmers can come, see what the department is doing, learn, be able to guide, to get that knowledge, and then apply on their farms as well. The technical people are supposed to be the best keyed and the best in tune and the best equipped, as we say, to show that production, and that's what we want to do, transfer the knowledge from within the department out into there. So it's the small ruminants with the housing and the stocking of that and the breeding for the young ones to come, and we know livestock is a long game. So while we're establishing that, maybe at the end of the year we might be seeing lambs if we start at August. But it's something that is, you have to establish livestock is a long-term game, and therefore the actions and the finishing touches are being proposed to be completed in 2026. And we hopefully to see some of that resulting before the end of 2026, but definitely it should be established within there. So 1, 2, 3, when we cover small ruminants, beef, and swine. That's our target this year.
Can you also hint to him also our action towards the genetics and breeding of the livestock?
So, right, so as I said, everything that is done at the station are going to be purebreds. That's why they're also managed by the station. So those purebreds are going to be mixed, one, with the local breed. So we improve or we lift the genetics and the traits that are within the local breed coming from that mix. So we have animals that are resident to St. Kitts who have that tolerance for the climate, have that tolerance, that are inbreeding. The farmers see those problems. When I spoke about reproductive problems, we have the inbreeding happening because we don't have new genetic stock. We're seeing malformations, we're seeing dystocias, we're seeing things that are really stunting our growth and stunting our production. Therefore, we need that influx, and the department is positioned to be the source of that influx through the imports.
Yes, good afternoon. And I want to thank my colleague from the Ministry of Health and also Mr. DeCosta for those interventions. I wish to speak briefly on matters that both of you raised, because it's been quite a challenge for the Ministry of Agriculture as well, as it relates to land usage. Now, St. Kitts was predominantly agriculture-based in its history, but we have to accept that the country is diversifying, the population is growing, home ownership is becoming more and more of a thing, and while most of the lands were predominantly dedicated to agriculture for centuries, being positioned around farms. And how do we then manage that? Would have held lands for, in some cases, decades. Maybe a grandfather, great-grandfather, or mother would have been a farmer and farming 30, 40 acres of land. Today, on the same farm, they may only farm a half of an acre. And then you have 40 acres sitting fallow. So much of the lands that you see, Mr. DeCosta, it's not that they are vacant lands, they are unfarmed lands. And the problem is, a lot of these farmers have leases for 20, 30 years. And the minute you go and ask if you can redistribute part of the land, it creates a problem. In some cases, those problems, police has had to get involved because they had become violent, they have become abusive, verbally and otherwise. And so these are real issues that the ministry faces. How do we balance that? We are a farmer sitting on 40 acres but only using a half an acre, if using any at all, but still want to hold on to 40 acres of land just sitting growing guinea grass in most cases. These are some of the real challenges that we have. While we have productive farmers like Mr. DeCosta saying, I need land to produce more food. And we have that tango that we have to respect the lease that is granted and respect the fact that we need more of our productive farmers on these lands. What we have endeavored to do is now revisit all the leases and put a productivity clause, because that is what was missing from many of the leases. So now, all leased lands would have to be revisited with a productivity clause. So you have to use a certain percentage of the land to be able to hold on to it. And that usage must reflect in a certain level of productivity, because we only have 68 square miles. And we have not yet learned to grow that substantially in a real way. And I don't know if we ever will, but I could say at this point, we have not yet learned to grow that substantially. So we have to maximize the 68 square miles that we have. And part of that is to produce more on whatever we have. So, Mr. DeCosta, I welcome what you're saying. And what you're saying, I could understand the emotion, but it reflects the struggles that we have on the inside. Because for me, I would love to give these lands to productive farmers, but I have to respect the leaseholders, although the lease may not have been properly executed for this time. 30, 40 years ago, maybe. But for this time, when NHC needs to build hundreds of houses because people need homes, and we asking for more hotels to develop tourism, and we asking for more industries to come to St. Kitts so that our economy could thrive. But we need jobs, but we also need food. And so we must balance between all of these different aspects of economic development. And we can't balance that if farmers are going to sit on 40, 50 acres and not use it, while farmers who really want to produce cannot find lands to use. Something must be done, and we are working to do it, but it must be a collective effort. Because again, there were instances where we go out into the fields, where we try to have these dialogue and these negotiations, where we even try to take action, and we've had to protect our staff by sending the defense force and police officers, because some of these farmers have gotten abusive. So this is the real reality behind all of it. And these are the real challenges that we must confront to deal with the issues firsthand and upfront. But we're going to need the support of the community, the farming community, because it's a real challenge that we all face. And unless we come together collectively and take a firm stand, we're going to have these problems. And farmers like DeCosta and others who really looking for land to produce food and rear the animals will always find a problem, because some of our farmers are just not utilizing the land effectively. So let us work together to solve these problems, and I believe we all will be better for it. Now, I also welcome the fact that genetics is always going to be an important conversation. But it goes back to what I said in my presentation, data-driven agriculture. And Kadi and Aika has been helping with, and we've seen the work with bananas, with sweet potatoes, with pineapples. They've been with breadfruit. I know a number of crops. But we've also had Ross University, Southern University, and these same institutions helping with our livestock, whether it be artificial insemination. I know we've had a program lined up for pigs. I know we've done some work with goats and small ruminants. I know we've done some work now with cattle. And these are the things that we have to do to keep improving the sector, because the inbreeding reduces the quality of our animals and our plants. How do we keep a consistently improving herd or flock over the next 10, 15, 20 years? How do we maintain the size of the animal, the weight of the animal, so that we get more bang for the buck of investment? How do we ensure that when we plant a tree, we get back adequate yields for the effort put in? And this is why we welcome research, and we commend Kadi, we commend Aika, we commend Southern, and all the other institutions that help with scientific research within the country. But again, all of this being done in rooms and not executed in the field serves us no good. And that is why it's important for farmers to come to sessions like this, trainings that we have, to understand what is being done, understand what needs to be done in the field, and go out and execute. And so, yes, thank you, Kadi. Sorry, Aika. Yes, thank you, Kadi. Thank you to all of you. But I want to say to the farmers, it is important for you as well to take it out into the fields and grow and ensure that that knowledge becomes part of your execution. I spoke to choice cuts as well. We've done the training. We actually did a week of training with all our butchers. We even welcomed private sector butchers to the training. We did 1 week with Southern University across pig, small ruminant, and cattle. And we came back for a more cultural approach to that, and we brought in an expert from Jamaica. So we did from the American standard, and we did from the Caribbean standard. And we trained the butchers at the abattoir, and we welcomed private sector butchers as well to those training. So at least 7 or 8 butchers in the Federation have been trained by Southern University and by experts from Jamaica to produce choice cuts across pigs, small ruminants, and cattle. That happened last year, around this time actually, last year. Both sessions were about 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks apart, yes. Anything else?
Yes. As the minister was speaking about the choice cuts, one of the things that we would have met with the abattoir, and they had indicated that some of the implement would have need some serious upgrading. So we are now putting an assessment together in terms of getting those machineries up and running inside of the abattoir to ensure the delivery of the choice cuts. I know your concern was when, how soon. As soon as those implements are here and the upgrade of the facility is done, hopefully before the end of the year, we can begin that said process. One person would have indicated about the vendors and the coconut vendors. I remember back in 2017, the Agricultural Youth Forum through AICA, we would have done a project in terms of mulching. And we would have gotten some machinery, and I think we would have actually had some training facilitated by Mr. Bell and the school farm for mulching and the use of the coconut husk. Those said coconut, because we foresee a problem with so many coconuts coming into the country, and they're just taking them at the cannery dump. We felt that they could have actually been using these said coconut husk for not just mulching, but as a medium for growth, right? So they can be used in terms of the nurseries. So we brought in some machinery, and we were actually using through the Agriculture Youth Forum. I think even my good friend from Gideon Force would have ventured and purchased his own machine at Gideon Force to try and convert again. So we will continue because we give you a permit to do business. But in the disposal of your raw material, we are hoping that you do it in the best way possible in collaboration with the environment and that of Ministry of Health. I guess it's something that we would need to pay more attention to in terms of, as you said, working in collaboration to get this done and done properly. But for farmers who are coconut farmers, coconut vendors, please, mulching the husk is a very good way that we can go about. Instead of throwing them a cannery dump or just leaving them because you don't have a place to put them, let us look at and see how we can best maybe find a place together and we can mulch them together. I don't know if the school farm will be able to collaborate with us at the school farm and even create a mulching place, for real. No, we're going down. My apologies.
Him for his clarity in relation to the farms who were designated as agricultural land. Now, 1960 is different to 1926. As we know, we were sugar-based on all agricultural land. We are now saying that we have repurposed and we have to balance it for other initiative, other investment. So why don't then the agriculture designate agricultural lands and say to the other ministries, these are lands for agricultural purposes. You now can't go and put a housing project there and expect now somebody going to have a farm there and tell the farmer he has to move. That is the problem. because when we have agricultural lands, we're going to put a project there for housing. And then somebody going to have a farm there for poultry. They come into the Ministry of Health. No, I can't say no, oh, you're gone there because that was an agriculture designated land. No, the other person have equal right because they were given a house from sustainable development to be there. So we are hoping now interministerially they can have that discussion with those other ministries to say, these lands have been designated for agriculture, please don't encroach. It has to happen that way because we cannot just not act. And what is happening is telling you the truth. We know, but go up a care and you see a fall from there. People bawling bitterly. And lawyers now, right in the health department, say we are not doing anything. So we have now to get the Attorney General to represent us. So we have to solve it. Instead of being reactive, be proactive. Now re-energize, go around and look at the lands. These are designated for agriculture. You now just can't go and put a project there. And it will help to solve all of us problems. You know, that is the issue. That is the issue. Really,
I am in complete agreement with the statement that you made. Yes, I'm in complete agreement. We are fortunate in our presence to have the advisor. Chapman, could you take it back behind, please? To have the advisor here with us on agriculture. I'm not just trying to put him on the spot, but because I think Dr. Stanley was extremely important back then when we began this zoning process. And I think he would have done some significant work with sustainable development in terms of the zone. And we do have that in place in terms of the zonal structure, the zonal areas for agricultural land, for land development. There are some farmers who would have actually ventured and began the squatting process. So we have some illegal farms that we really need to work with. And some persons, that's where we need everybody at the table, right? But I would like Dr. Stanley, to speak a little bit about that zoning structure, because I think he was one of the brainchild in that area and speaking with sustainable development in getting that done. Dr. Stanley, please, if you don't mind. Sorry to put you on the spot again.
All right, Mr. Voices. Yes, but where is he? Where is him? Johnny, my good friend Johnny. Johnny just made a statement. Agriculture don't zone lands. Land zoning is done by physical planning, Ministry of Sustainable Development. So what they give to us, we have to take, right? You have said a number of things there this morning, and it seems like you're trying to put the thing on other people, The Ministry of Health has a mandate, has a legal mandate to execute a number of things. And many of the things that you're speaking, that you have spoken to, right, you have the legal mandate to execute, right? Even the people who sell on the road, between Ministry of Health and physical planning, right, that you all could remove them from the road. The zoning, persons doing things. And let me back up a little bit. If, for example, a person has 2 goats in the village, right, that is going to become a problem, right? But people allow these things to grow and grow and grow until it becomes a big problem. And then they want, by the time they used to tie them, now they have a big shed, and all the waste is washing down in the neighbor yard, and all things like that. So, yeah, Johnny. You need to do what you need to do, right? Of course, it is going to come with some collaboration. We're not saying to force them, give them a warning here and there, give them a warning, rather than to go with the big stick. Collaborate with the department and see if we could relocate them. But you have the law on your side. I counted about 6 things that you say, that you have the law on your side to do it. And it is not. And it is difficult for the department to be promoting production and still looking at the legal part of it, right? The prosecution part of it. So we can't do that. We can't prosecute people and then go and tell them to produce. Do what you need to do. You talk about the tagging of animals and so forth. Yes, we are looking into tagging, animal identification. We are also looking at having a new home for the public pounds. I discussed that with the minister some time ago and the new director, that we would prefer that the public pounds be hosted in the military, right? Because in the past, when we operated the public pounds, people will go and take the animals. But I believe if the military has it, nobody going inside there because gun in there. Nobody going to take out the animals, right? So I believe that would be the best or the better of two options, right? So I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stanley. I think that was the last point I was going to raise in terms of the stray animals that Dr. Stanley spoke about. I know we would have passed it back last year in terms of farmers who have their stray animals moving around. Yes, and this year we are going to implement. So we're asking farmers, all those who have the animals roaming, please try and corral these animals, or else we will be taking them off the road. Right?
Agriculture is pushing one agenda and health is putting another agenda. So I decided to come here to see how we can work collectively. Yes, I can serve a notice any day, but if we are promoting food security, we all have to be in it together rather than the Ministry of Health take a big stick. Ask Mr. Dr. Kofi how many times I have called him. We went in the field to look at stray animals and issues associated with farms many times. But I am saying to you, it is getting really out of hand. I have one now at Martinley, a sheep pen. I have really a lot of complaints come to the health department. So if we designate areas for this intended purpose, it will solve all of us problems. So, and I'm saying I left here just a while ago, I went out, you know who called me? The chief physical planner with the same issue. It's not that we're not dialoguing here, but I decided that this is the appropriate forum so that you can understand exactly what the Ministry of Health is facing and how we can collectively solve the issue rather than me just going and serve a notice and taking everything to court. That is the intention, but I understand. I appreciate your response, you and the minister and all the colleagues here. Thank you so much for that.
And the approach is never the big stick method, right, but always collaboration.
Yes, thank you. So just three quick things. One, the Department of Cooperatives need to come back under the Ministry of Agriculture et al. Quickly. You can't have a Department of Cooperatives with farmers and fishers separate and apart from the ministry. And as the president of the Newtown Fishers Cooperative, we are having issues. So we would like for the minister to take to cabinet that at some point in time, if there's a cabinet shuffle, the Department of Cooperatives come back home and stay home. That's one. Two, I must thank the minister for the selection of his new permanent secretary and his new the director of agriculture. I must say they are great choices. I know these two gentlemen very well. They are men of integrity, unlike the past. And we expect that we have going forward this ministry and this department being fully transparent and ensuring that they meet the objectives that they have stated for 2026. So I thank you, Minister, for your selection of them. Kudos to you. They were good choices. Finally, we need to establish a council of maybe past agricultural ministers or past department heads or past directors. I would just like to acknowledge Dr. Stanley. I know him very well. We went to school together, and he was a former director of agriculture, also a former head of livestock. Dr. Jerome Thomas, great men that are still around with us. I would like to encourage the ministry to engage them because they have a lot of institutional knowledge that will be able to assist the advancement of the sector. So that's something for you to take on. And finally, the Department of Agriculture is not a business. So when my good friend Dr. Stanley said he don't think we should go into dairy because it's not profitable or it's not viable, it's concerning to me because he's your advisor. Because we're talking about food security and food safety. Dairy, we only let's St. Kitts, because Neva's got their own department. St. Kitts have about 38,000 people, right? And we're drinking milk every day in tins. That is not good for us. And so if you spend or invest a couple of $100,000 or maybe $1 million in milk as a substitute to ensure food safety, that is nothing. So I'm concerned when I'm hearing advisors not speaking policy objectives towards that, but speaking of it as from a business side. So please, this is just my little take. The Department of Agriculture and the Ministry of Agriculture is not a business. You see those goals that you all set for 2026? Those are important because it deals with our health. We're drinking milk that we don't have no control over. That needs to be addressed to ensure that we have food security and food safety. So I just wanted to come back to that. And I'll finish for the day. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Mr. Toke, for that intervention. But I want to engage you maybe even further on your first intervention about cooperatives moving away from agriculture. But just to note, while we will have that engagement to understand the challenges that you are facing, just to note that our Department of Cooperatives does not just oversee agricultural cooperatives. It is also partly, outside of FSRC, responsible for financial cooperatives and every other type of cooperatives, including the taxi, the in-school cooperatives where they do banking in the primary schools. So it oversees all of that, which is why we thought putting it in alignment with the Ministry of Small Business and Entrepreneurship was also very helpful. But if you're saying that you're facing particular challenges, I would love to understand those challenges so that we could see how we could rectify that. But just to note, it's not just agricultural cooperatives that are overseen by the Department of Cooperatives. And so we must find the right alignment. And to find the right alignment, these discussions are helpful. Because whatever challenges you are facing, then it is helpful for us to know, to see if there's a roadblock or bottleneck in the operation that we could rectify. So maybe after this, we could have a chit-chat on some of the challenges that you are facing. And if any of you are facing similar challenges, I would also like to know that as well. Yes. And concerning some of your other interventions, I would turn over to the director, who would speak to some of those and some of the plans that we have in place.
I think it's just one point that he was pertaining to the Council of Directors and past PSs. And yes, our intention is to put together a board somewhat of past PSs and directors from the department over the years to come together, to come to the table and speak. We would already also, because one of the things we want to do is put together also a board for farmers to have a voice. Let us come to the table and meet once per quarter to address a number of issues that is going on throughout agriculture. Because I think someone said earlier, I think it was Mr. Clark, that no one person has the answer. You don't come to the Department of Agriculture and believe that we have all the answers. So we want the same person that are the person that we are supposed to invest in. We want them at the table. We want to hear their voice, their challenges, directly from, as we said, the horse's mouth at the table that we began, all the planning will begin here at the table. So once every quarter, we're going to meet with the farmers then. The council, that council, how we are going to structure it, we have not yet organized, but we are in plan of meeting those council, those PSs and past directors and move forward with plans for agriculture. Because we are serious about making change the dynamics of agriculture. We are serious about the investment that we are going to make in agriculture and our farmers and our people. Of course not, of course not, of course not. And we try to put all, then we won't have a table big enough to host. So we will be selective, hopefully, in that process.
Okay, good afternoon. As usual, I'm always concerned about how whatever is being planned affects persons with disabilities. I represent the St. Kitts Nevis Association of Persons with Disabilities, and we have a small quarter-acre farm up at St. Peter's. My concern is that sometimes when agriculture have training, they are in places where that is not accessible. So that leaves us out of the training that is being provided. And like I mentioned to somebody earlier, since we had the farm, I think there's a new extension officer, but that new extension officer have never visited the farm. So I would like to ask the ministry to kind of extend some of the training to, maybe you might have to do it specifically for our farm, because we can access some of the training that you'll be having. So maybe you could kind of carve something out where you can work with us on maybe like on a one-on-one basis, so we can be involved, because our farm was set up to be a training farm, so we could train other people with disabilities so that they then can maybe do backyard farming, or somebody in the family might have a piece of land they can engage also. I know that Addis Place is also interested in farming. So maybe we can do something where the SKNAPD and Addis Place can work together, Ministry of Agriculture can work with us. I mean, to get our farm started, I must say that Ms. Jones has been very helpful. She was the one who helped us to get to where we are. Ministry of Agriculture also has helped us to get to where we are. But I think there's a lot more that can be done. And I would like to have that conversation to say, well, maybe we can form some kind of partnership so you can give us some kind of training, get us moving forward, you know, because you can say that you're engaging all the people. If the people with the disabilities who represent 10% of the total population is not truly involved and helping with this food security and all the other terminologies that we use. But because we can access a lot of the training some of the times, it kind of leaves us out. I mean, I don't think it's by design, but I think it's because we are so accustomed to putting conference rooms upstairs and there's no elevators and stuff like that. And so, because we have a farm that is specifically built for persons with disabilities, we do most of everything in raised beds so that people can access them easily. It's purposefully built for that. And it's built to be a training farm. So I would like to ask that you guys kind of carve a spot out in terms of the training so we can kind of work one-on-one.
We'll have the last two questions, if there are any more questions.
Yes, I blessed greetings. Yeah, I'm Ras Bobo from the Gideon Farm. I just want to touch on something that Mr. Atherton had said in his opening speech as the main speaker about the health. I think that every time we have one of these forums, we should have a report from the health department to show that the death rate especially concerning how we deal with our food, because I think the main five causes of our death rate, especially in the Caribbean, can be how we consume. So I think that having a health minister, somebody there on this platform, giving a full report of, how we've been doing in terms of consumption is important. Because at the end of the day, it ain't about economics, it's about health, right? So we talk a lot about numbers, but I think at the end of the day is how good we're gonna be after we eat. So I think we should add that to this for next year. We should have a full report of, how we've been going for our health, how much amputees in terms of diabetics and this sort of stuff. Because this is our challenge, guys. It ain't about the profits, it's about keeping our country and our people healthy. So I hope to see that addition here. Yeah, that's it.
Good afternoon. Giselle Williams, representing the Development Bank of Nevis. Just to speak from the financial aspect, Mr. Atherton spoke to it regarding the record keeping, which has been a challenge for our farmers. So I'm hoping in the plan for 2026 that there's some capacity building in that area for our farmers to encourage them how important record keeping are. And also, if capacity building can also be for us as the financial institutions who the farmers come to be funded. And when I say that, I mean we don't have the data or the statistics as for the underwriting when it comes to farming loans. For example, we may have a farmer who comes and they would like a loan for seedlings, etc. What's the time frame from production, for the seedlings to plant to production, right? In terms of loan payments, should we give them a 3-month grace period? Should we give them a 6-month grace period? How do we deal with the pests, So when a farmer comes to us, we don't have all of that knowledge. So yes, we are part of a lot of forums, but in terms of the one-on-one consultations or information, I think we need that as well. So that could be built into your plan. That's from us as a financial institution. Because, and well, Mr. Duggins, he's asking about interest rate. And you know how we operate as a development bank. So funding needs to come in order for us to lend to the farmers.
There's one more question.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen here. I would like more to make compliments us. I would like to more make compliments and statements than question per se. First off, I would like to say hearty appreciation for the persons that have chosen to invite Mr. Atherton to speak to us today, one of our very own, and I find his presentation was very well informative and put together, and I would like to compliment that. Particularly when I look at him, I realize he's one of us and not of a different ethnic group, and we need more of our own people to be doing stuff like that. One of the other things that I like to speak from my heart, I don't have notes. By the way, my name is Augusta Shelford. I'm from the beautiful holy city, Tabernacle. I wonder sometimes when it comes to agriculture, if we really have our objective right. As a farmer, I also wonder at times, do we really want food? Because to me, we focus all of the time on beating down on the farmers, be it livestock or crops. For instance, the gentleman from Health Department, I listened to him and I could understand some of the confusion that's happening there. Rightfully, as the minister said, I would like to support that fact that too often the housing is going to the farm. Too often. There were instances from the department based on, you see the color of my hair, based on my experience where they attempted zonings. And even though they attempted zonings, somehow there was a breach where you still have crop and livestock and housing and everything still end up in some sort of competition for the exact same space. I hear the minister about farmers having land, 40 acres and stuff, which in their holdings and not producing and stuff. But I think Mr. DeCosta to do. I remember when Cardi, somebody from Cardi was here. I remember when Cardi had collaboration with the Department of Agriculture. I was a recipient of an animal from Cardi many, many years ago. And I would suggest that the improvement of your genetic stock, if you probably would have a conversation with the person at Cardi, that they would assist in doing so. And lastly, Mr. Minister, I believe I'm the best friend you're having here. Because what I'm about to tell you, I don't think the average person would want to tell you. I hear you, you're a good orator, you speak very well, you're very well trained, I kind of know your background. But I personally believe agriculture is too important of a ministry to be coupled with all the rest that you have. That's my personal belief. Agriculture, sports, entertainment. I mean, agriculture itself is a big enough headache. And I personally believe, this is my opinion, I personally believe we would do better if you even had a junior minister with specific responsibility for agriculture, and that they would probably not just report to you as the minister, but they probably would report to cabinet. And so that everybody in the governmental structure would get the said information. I mean, agriculture is a very serious thing. We just doing another talk, another shifting. But agriculture really needs special attention. And I want to thank Brother Craig Tuckett because he made mention of something to me it's important. We had people like Jerome Thomas, yes, Ashton Stanley and these guys. I believe somehow your advisory board should come after in time from people with their expertise and experience. Thank you.
Okay, I want to thank everyone for their participation. And as we wrap up, I will call on Mr. Chapman for closing remarks.
Good afternoon, all. I promise I won't be long.
Sorry, I just, before we close the session, I want to thank the intervention from the Association for Persons with Disabilities. I think it's important because we have existed for a long time without giving due credit to the disadvantage that you guys face. And we now have to re-engineer our own thoughts to make sure that there's an element of inclusion in everything that we do. for persons with disabilities. It is second nature for us to just consider putting a conference room at the top of the building. It's natural for us to think that way. It now must dawn upon us that we have to cater to persons who may not be able to. And that's a good intervention that you brought to the table, and I want to commend you for continuing to advocate for persons with disabilities and ensure that they have a right and space in our society. So thank you for that intervention. And I want to thank my best friend in the room for your intervention as well. Now, agriculture is complex, and there's a lot to do. But I don't want us to mistake that with everything else that needs to be done. I believe what agriculture needs is being done. It needs a strong team of people dedicated to pushing the sector forward. We have permanent secretary, we have director, we have staff, we have advisors, we have persons now dedicated to pushing the sector. And at the end of the day, a farmer is a businessman. And just like any other business, it's their responsibility to develop the markets. However, we understand the vulnerability and the volatility of the sector, and we now have to make sure that we support that with whatever we can, which is why we do what we do. But at the end of the day, I believe with the right team being developed in the ministry, and sadly, these are things we are, I had the conversation with someone and I said, it feels like you're pulling, I don't want to say like this, but you're taking an old car out the garage. And the old car is dusty and you start cleaning it off, and as you're cleaning it, everyone is like, where you going with that old car? Where you going with that old car? Is the car old? And I believe until we polish it up, people are going to understand the importance. And that's the truth about the sector. It had been one of the sectors that we tried to run away from. The stigma of sugar, the stigma of slavery and colonialism, it's still drenched in our thoughts when we think about agriculture. We see it as laborious, back-breaking, and dirty work. What we need to convert that into is that we see it as the essence of life. We see it as a necessity for survival. And we see it as a true pillar of economic advancement. Because the truth is, and we said it when we were launching the 25 by 25 3 years ago, $200 million is spent every year on food. $200 million is spent every year on food. The only question we need to be addressing is whose pocket that $200 million go into. And that is why production is important. Because right now, it's flying overseas. If we do our work here, we can keep it within this federation and build our economy. And that is something for you, the farmers, to consider. Because we are creating a policy. We are aligning all of the markets, but we are not the farmers. We are not the true producers. And so if you don't go out and do what you have to do consistently, then it makes it difficult for us. Because when I talk to the Marriott, and the Marriott has guests every day, I can't tell the Marriott I'm coming with vegetables every 3 months. They don't want to hear that. They want to know, how do I feed my guests day after day, week after week? And if we could develop a plan that addresses that issue, the Marriott is not going anywhere else. Same thing for Rams, same thing for the Hyatt, same thing for Kittitian Hill, same thing for Best Buy, same thing for the Chinese. As long as we can address consistency with a reasonable quality, we have everything that we need here. But that is my challenge to you, the farmers. And your job is to tell us what you need to be able to meet that goal. That is what it is. But thank you, my friend, for your intervention.
And again, good afternoon, all. I'm tasked this afternoon. We're closing this afternoon's, or today's proceedings. But first, I must say, I wanted to end with it, but I will start with it. agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will, in the end, contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness. And this was from Thomas Jefferson. I wanted to end, but I think I will begin with that. I would like to thank Mr. Nicholas Petty for singing the national anthem. Watch such a beautiful rendition by such a young man. Pastor Troy Watson for invoking God's blessings on today's proceedings and setting the tone. Madam Chair, you would have held the proceedings well and ably establish all necessary protocols that were to be followed and lead the proceedings throughout ably. The remarks, two things stand out for me from the remarks of our Permanent Secretary Acting, Mr. Thompson. Purpose and with hope. Well, of course, our minister said a mouthful throughout the entire day. But of course, he led it, that he put in the ownership on the farmers to produce and make sure that $200 million remains in the pockets of our farmers here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, Mr. Walters, with his steel pan renditions, was so heartwarming. And of course, that intervention by the director, I would now say, I would like to maybe propose as the national anthem for the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Atherton, my very good friend, an economist, farmer, entrepreneur in every fashion in agriculture, you would have really set the tone with your comments and remarks throughout the agricultural fraternity that you have been involved. You have instrumentally been involved in key elements of the agricultural sector, helping us with the development of our agricultural growth strategy 2022 to 2031. And again, you have been ably, as a consultant, assisting us with the development of strategic programs that will build the agricultural sector. One of such is the climate-resistant agriculture program that we may be rolling out in the next few years that will benefit the sector some $26 million US. Of course, as we went into our technical sessions, and Dr. Sylvester with the review of 2025, of course, a few things stand out to me there. Again, once again, we have heard it throughout, the impact of the meat sector, more specifically the poultry, which aligns itself with 66% of the total imports of the livestock sector into the country, which again stands out of a 67% of that $200 million. And the poultry sector of that stands 66% of that 67 overall percent. And of course, that $2.5 million, what the crops that we farmers here in St. Kitts would have produced, the tomatoes, watermelon, sweet pepper, pineapple, that was part of the 25 by 25, now 25 by 30 agenda, would have been produced here in 2025. Ms. Andrea Brown for their overview and way forward of the Department of Marine Resources, and the Deputy Director, Mr. Alfonso Clark, for setting the tone for the Agenda 2026 for the Department of Agriculture. A few things stand out for me. Of course, is the structured programs, of course, the youth involvement in the sector, and we have seen how this, just, I think 2 weeks ago, the director and I was in a meeting with the Department of Youth of a structured program that they want to be rolling out in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, to build that agricultural sector and fraternity for the next generation. So those are initiatives that the Department of Agriculture will be working on in 2026. Empowering teams, we all heard that throughout the day. It's not just the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Marine Resources, or even the medicinal cannabis. We need everyone's intervention, whether it's from the financial sector, or key stakeholders, farmers, fishers, or anyone. We must work together as a team in order for us to achieve our main goal of that FS: food security, food safety, food sovereignty. It goes throughout. Mr. Naheed Mills for the overview of the Medical Cannabis Authority agenda for 2026. We have seen such a wide scope of work that you have planned, and I'm sure you and your team will ably accomplish this. To you, our main stakeholders with this interactive discussion that we just had, of course, you're giving back us here at the Department of Agriculture many things to go back and brainstorm to refit it into our work programs. Of course, one of them, of course, is tailoring training programs that is ably to assist the persons living with disability, because once again, we, as would have mentioned, 10% of our populations, this resides. And if 10% of 38,000, that's 3,800 persons possible. I'm just doing quick numbers, living with disability, and if we could impact those structures as to help with the food security drive, I think we will be making some significant impacts in the agricultural sector. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you.
This is not about talk anymore. This is about action. Hands in the soil, eyes on tomorrow, turning struggle into hope, not sorrow.